I think I'm live. Hopefully I'm live. Hopefully you can hear me as I get the rest of the stuff all set up. All right, if you can hear me, if I sound okay, you longer time veterans know the routine. If you don't mind hitting that number 1. And if you can hear me and if I sound all right, if you don't mind hitting that number 1. Giannis, Bassi, Wes, Malos. I always like 5. 5 is my magical number. Gives me full confidence that things do sound good. Soak 1. All right. Are you Soak Parasite? Did you just change your name or are you different than Soak Parasite? Well, welcome everybody to Friday, July 18th in the year 2025. Yeah, there was definitely a pullback today, that's for sure. As a reminder, if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. If you've never been here before, then no need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to like this, if you're going to find any value or entertainment. But if you have been here before, then yes, friendly reminder. If you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be appreciated. Hopefully everybody is off to a good start to the day. Been quite the bearish morning. Started off strong. And then from there, just lower high after lower high. That was this was the 10 a.m. news. What was that? Consumer confidence or something like that. I think that was it. But anyways, spike up. And I mean, true story. There was some people around the world that were going long up around there. Hopefully those people had stop losses in. If not, and they got indisciplined, then hopefully they were in prop accounts and simply just lost their account. Because if they were in their real money, if they were in trading their own funds, that's a nasty situation. But right now, I'm watching this lower trend line. Potentially a short here. We'll see what happens, though. Extend this area out here. But how is everybody's day going? Let me know in the chat. How's your day going so far? Green, red, good, bad, terrible, great, mediocre, no trades, best day of my life, worst day of my life. I'm going Malibu Mansion shopping later. I'm going cardboard box shopping later. Hey, Sam, good to see you. Mar had green day. Good job, Mar. And then nobody else apparently wants to tell me. Anthony, I hope, was it that bad? Nobody wants to say. It's okay if it was a red day. We all have red days. We all have bad days every now and then. Mal also is learning. Hey, then you're having a green day. If you're learning, then you are having a green day. Break even so far, but I am sticking to my. Hey, then that is a green day. If you're sticking to your trading plan, that means you are deploying good rules, good habits. So that's a green day. Hooch woke up today, so that's always a good start. Again, I'll argue that is a green day. If you woke up this morning, that is a green day. That's something to be grateful for. That's that's a very deep philosophical point there, Hooch. So true. Start red, now green. Good job, Brian. Karen, up 305. Good job. I have a real juicy stock in my mind. It's just a matter of time before it gets squeezed. Oh boy, Big D. Dionis, no trades today. Busy morning. Hey, it happens. Hooch trades ungodly night hour sometimes, so that's a super green. He is, yeah, that's true. Waking up is good. Just ask anyone that didn't make it. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. That was a deep thought. Wow, we're starting off the Friday live stream with a deep philosophical thought. If you just simply woke up this morning, you are having a green day. That's deep. That cuts deep. That's good stuff. Not too bad from a Canadian. Not too bad from a Canadian. Is Ninja Trader a good platform to operate? I mean, depends who you ask. I use Tradeovate. but that doesn't mean that NinjaTrader is not a good platform. A lot of stuff with platforms, it comes down to some personal preference type things. So there is no like holy grail. There is no right or wrong answer. Well, I suppose there's a wrong answer. If the platform just showed up yesterday and they require you to give them your social security number and they're based out of North Korea or Somalia, then yeah, maybe that's not a good platform. But assuming that is not the case, then yeah, it's platforms, all that stuff is a case-by-case type basis. I didn't like NinjaTrader at first, but after a few months of tweaking, it's now my, yeah. So again, and somebody could show up and say, I hate NinjaTrader. And that's fine too. Totally a case-by-case basis when it comes to platforms and so on. But yeah, right now, just watching the lower trend line here. Maybe interested in an upper trend line, but this pink line here represents the overnight low. So up around here, maybe could be some sort of short. But I'm more interested, fascinated by the lower trend line here. But so right now we're just kind of waiting, getting things fired up. When is only trading the spicy orangutan? Well, that's because that is the holy grail. You never lose. Hey, Clay, do you ever have issues with the intraday drawdown in the pro account? Well, I mean, you can have issues with anything. Anything, even if this so-called, like, let me put it this way. Here's an example. No rules, right? Because to be fair, if you choose to use your own funds, not in a prop firm, then you have no rules. So, but if you do have rules, are you going to have issues with those rules? Of course. So any rule, you can have issues, but there can also be a good thing. And with the intraday drawdown, you can't go for grand slam trades. Take the profits, get up over the buffer, and then it goes away, it disappears. But yeah, and the argument being, maybe that's a good thing. That you can't sit there and try to go for grand slam trades. If you're up 80 points, don't let the thing go 80 points all the way back to break even. That's not. There's something not quite right there. So, but sure, I have issues, but I have issues with, end of day drawdown. I mean, every rule has give issues. What's the issue with end of day drawdown? Well, I mean, sometimes I get way too greedy. I should probably lock in profits a little bit more aggressive than what I am because it's an intraday drawdown. So I have an issue with that too. So it's there's always going to be issues. It's just a question of what is the issue, what causes the issue, what is the solution to the issue, all of that. So, but yes, I have issues all the time. That's actually what trading is. Trading is overcoming quote unquote issues every day, right? Maybe the issue is greed. Maybe the issue is FOMO. Maybe the issue is Trump tweets something and the market goes crazy. I mean, which is why I would say the way to deal with that Trump tweet issue is a prop firm, right? Because a prop firm, at least the consequence for you is just losing your account as opposed to losing potentially thousands of dollars. Not having enough patience is what kills most accounts. Yes, which is an issue, right? If you don't have enough patience, that does create an issue for sure. So we are just currently waiting to see what the price does as it kind of chops around in this channel here. And trying to get a little more clarification. Now, you got to be, I am biased to think that it wants to go down, and I don't think that's a crazy call on my part, given that all the market has done is go down. So for me to think it might do that, hopefully nobody's like, "Whoa, Clay, that's a pretty crazy call, Clay." I can't. Why would you ever think that, Clay? To think that the price might want to go down through that trend line. I don't see anything, Clay. That seems very random. That seems very not thought out on your part. I don't think anybody, I would hope nobody would say that. So yes, me thinking that it might want to come down, I hope nobody is sitting here saying, "Whoa, that's a gutsy call, Clay. That's pretty crazy." What are your thoughts on crypto? I've joined your channel just 2 days ago. Well, you have to specify crypto in what category. Are you talking about swing trading, day trading, or investing? Because depending on what category you're in is going to dictate my answer. So I need a little bit more context. So for example, what do I think of stocks? Well, in the category of day trading, stocks are garbage. In the category of investing, hey, I invest in lots of stocks. Bitcoin scalping. No, I think makes no sense. So in the category of day trading, futures move way better. Plus, you can do futures through a prop firm, which when you look at things as you should through a risk management lens, prop firms just offer so much value. So Yeah. Bitcoin in the category of day trading or crypto in the category of day trading, nah. Futures move way, way better. And like I said, when you get the prop firms involved, it just adds a whole nother layer and benefit to the risk management side of things. Yeah, good question though. So again, I'm not saying that you can't make money day trading crypto. I'm just saying, is it really the most efficient way to go about day trading? I would say no. It is not the most efficient way. I think there are better ways. All right, well, still kind of figuring out what it wants to do. Hey, JJ, good morning. I'm liking this group already. All right, we're up to 25 likes already. Good morning, Clay. Passed my 50K this morning. Good job, Kevin. Fantastic. Are you going to get multiple? Are you going to get another account rolling? In my opinion, I think it's wise to always be not only passing tests, of course, not only having pro accounts or funded accounts, whatever the prop firm you use calls them, but also always be in the process of passing more, especially with Take Profit Trader, who is the prop firm that I use, because once you pass a test, and even if you never activate it, when it's just sitting there in its pass stage, they don't charge you anything. Build my buffer, and then yes, going to get another account. Roger that. Would you say that trading changed your life? No. I would say studying wealthy people and realizing that the common denominator of wealthy people is multiple streams of income. I would say that is what more so changed my life for the better. I don't know about you, but the thought of depending on one stream or two streams of income freaks me out. All right, we're at that lower line. What would that be? That's kind of a chase now at this point. Let me... Yeah, you know what? I can't take it on this candle. If this candle hopefully stays above it, go bounce. No, don't do it. Yeah. Too much of a chase, it seems like, on that candle. So, now if you took it, I'm not calling you crazy. I get it. You're taking the bear flag breakdown here. But I need a little bit tighter of a risk profile. I have a video on my channel somewhere. But I have several. I'm in real estate. I have my teaching business. I have trading. I guess I was going to say I own some farmland, but I suppose that technically falls under real estate. It's already out. I already have my trading. I have a trading course. I have a real estate course. I have a health and fitness course. What's the name of the platform that I'm using? That is a twofold question. I am using a prop firm, and then through that prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. So just to get to the setup that I'm using, step one would be going to the link that you see at the top of the screen, selecting your purchasing power. Make sure to use code CLAY so that you can get 40% off. And then after that, after you select the purchasing power, they'll ask you what platform you want to use, and I am using Tradovate. So a two-layered answer. Layer number one, I'm in a prop firm, Take Profit Trader. And then through the prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. Goodness. Well, congrats to anybody that took that. In hindsight, I should have just... And maybe you disagree. In my mind, that was chasing the short at the trendline break, but maybe you disagree and say, no, I don't think that was chasing. And to be fair to you, yeah, you're right. You're right, because it kept going. It kept going. I don't think I missed any messages, but I'm liking the interaction. Good questions already, good discussions, good likes. Maybe we can even hit 50 likes before the 20-minute mark. I don't know. I don't know if there's 20 likes out there right now, but that'd be real solid. But well, a disappointing way to start off the stream. Been watching, and then I just didn't take. I feel fine about it because, yeah, I thought that was a chase at the time. Sure, hindsight proved me to be wrong, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You're watching a level, and then the price approaches the level, but the way in which it approaches the level you don't like, and that's what happened to me there. So in my opinion, you don't just you just don't identify, like, the entry point is not the only point. The other thing you have to consider is how does the price approach that entry point, and the approach can also dictate whether or not that actually is still a good entry point or if it's not. I know that sounds kind of nuanced, but yes, believe it or not, there is some nuance to trading. It's not just, oh, there's my entry point and I'm getting in no matter what that entry point. I mean, you can do it that way, but I would argue there needs to be more nuance. One of those nuances being, yeah, but how does the price approach that among some other nuances? Can I post a link to my real estate? Sure, let's see. There it is. Huh? What in the world? All right, no, I can't. Apparently, I gotta reach out to the web guy. Oh, there it is. That was weird. That was weird. Where is it? Right there. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to tag Soak. Sorry, Soak. Who did I mean to tag? Who asked? Oh, I did. No, that was you, Soak. All right, there you go. I don't know if it's gonna if it doesn't work, just shoot me an email if you're interested at all in it. Yeah, Clay, you know I use level 2 a lot for stocks and options, so it was tough making the transition to the ladder. Well, I don't use this on futures. I just put it here because I know a lot of other people do use it and care about it. And a lot of people like to watch it, but that's the only reason I have it there. All right, I might try a bit of a double bottom here. Whoa. Well, that was pretty snappy. 86. Yeah, I can try that. Let's try that again if it wants to come down here. Buy. Stop right there. So trying kind of a double bottom, but, well, that was the move I was looking for as it heads back up. Well, let's. All right. I want to see how this candle forms. If we get a hammer candle here, then I am going to throw out another order down here. Hey, Clay, I noticed other live streamers do account giveaways. Oh, goodness. I don't know. Why? I swear, I don't mean to say this, Nat, Chris, but that's not a good look. It's not a good look, okay? And I realize I know nothing about you, but the reason why it's not a good look, and I'm just saying a look because I'm not saying it's the truth. It just appears like that's just such a beggar mentality. Like it appears like you're going from live stream to live stream. Hey, can I get a free account? That's what it appears as. I could be wrong. That's why I'm not saying it's a truth. That's why I'm not saying it is what it is. I'm just saying it appears. Like, that's not a good look. Like, honestly, do you go to every live stream? It sounds like you do because you're like, I noticed other ones. Hey, so are you going to do something free? Because hey, bag out. Hey, can I get a free account? Yes, I have done account giveaways before. I have. Everton, it's going down. Okay, well, where's your stop at, Everton? Just in case it doesn't go down, where's your stop at? I understand you're just asking a question. I'm just telling you what your question creates the appearance of. Again, I'm not saying that is your motivation. I'm just saying the appearance that your question creates. I try to parse out that so you can see I am totally speculating. I'm just giving you the the appearance that some people could take that as. The new trade. Ooh, the snapping turtle. That's not bad. But to answer your question, yes, I have done account giveaways. Do I do it often? I do not. I'm just trying to learn. Okay, well, Everton, let me tell you right now, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're trying to learn and then you just say it's going down. That doesn't mean anything. It's a broad statement. If you want to actually hold yourself accountable, Everton, then you need to give yourself these 3 numbers ahead of time. Your entry point, your stop loss, and your target. You've got to write those numbers down ahead of time before the price gets to those levels, and then you look and see what happens. Again, entry point, target, and stop loss. But if you're trying to learn, I'm telling you, and if anybody wants to back me up in the chat, making a broad statement such as it's going down is worthless. It doesn't mean anything. You've got to, trading is more nuanced than it's going down. So if you think it's going down, that's fine, but you add more nuance. The nuance with the 3 numbers. Okay, fine. Where are you going to enter at? Where's your stop loss at? And then where's your target? Do that, and it's going to be a much more productive way of learning. Yeah, Anthony. Yeah. Snapping turtle's not too bad. Not too bad. A nice acrobatic walrus. I've never been able to. Well, that's what I said, Everton. Your stop, your target. That's what I mean. Like where you think the price can go, which would be your profit target, and then your entry. So I would encourage you and anybody else that's trying to learn. You are literally doing yourself a disservice if you're trying to learn and then just making broad statements. I am interested in a long if it wants to come down here. 87. Oh, yeah, I'll take that. Go along there. Put a stop down there. Assuming it wants to come back down. So green line is my entry. Red line is my stop. But I don't know. Do we try a back test here? I could try a short here too. Good point, Hooch. Yeah, Everton, read what Hooch just wrote below you. That's a fantastic point. Well, there was the back test of the breakdown, and I hesitated, and I missed it. He who hesitates misses making money. I don't know if you've noticed, but NQ did put in a perfect double bottom when the NQ put in a new low. Did you trade it, Brian? Did you get long at that double bottom? The Dow was moving yesterday. Yeah, everything, we got some movement. Although, I think the NASDAQ is always, well, I guess always is a strong word. Way more times than not, the NASDAQ is moving better than the Dow. That's why I prefer to watch the Dow. And I might take a short here. Oh, never mind. I was looking for more confirmation. This thing just keep going up. So never mind on that short now. What is your normal size? It just depends, Sam. Depends on my overall day. Depends on the setup. Depends on a whole lot of things. But yeah, those are numbers that, in the ballpark. Too quick to give ahead of time. Well, good job, Brian. But yes. We trust you, Brian. Right. I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this pennant, or I'm sorry, this flag. Ooh, boy. 19. No, not 32. 2. That's very nice of you, Travis. But I'll get to that right away, given... Here you go, Travis. Thank you for the super chat. There you go. There's that video. No, what is going on here? Okay, I'm in. Short. Throw out a couple profit targets down there. We'll see if it wants to roll over. Absolutely beautiful candle here in a downtrend. I'll take this setup every single time. Even if it doesn't work here, hey, no setup works every time. But love this setup. Love the setup. Let's just see if it wants to work out. But that's the thing. You can love a setup. It can be a great setup. Setup can work 95% of the time, but that still means it doesn't work 5% of the time. So, but we'll see what this wants to do. That's correct. Sometimes you have lost to learn. I think you mean lots to learn. Lots to learn. So again, I am short. Blue line is my entry. I just noticed yesterday on the live stream that blue line was blinking all day. It was driving me nuts. Again, this green line here is my first target. How did that not fit? There we go. Target number 1 is hit. So let's do this now. Let's bring this into... No, you know what? Let's let it play out. Still could be a losing trade. It will be a little bit less of a losing trade, though, because I did reduce position size and I took some profits off. So I got my first profit target hit, but I'm still going to leave my stop loss at its original for now. So this could still be a losing trade, but again, it will be a very minimal losing trade. Because again, like I said, I've reduced position size, which is a form of risk management in and of itself, and I've also pulled off a little bit of profit. So, but yeah, let's see if this thing wants to roll over. Next profit target is the green line down here. Kyle, I'm early today. Just don't let it happen again. I'm late. Yes, yes. Unacceptable. Versace, how are you? Now, again, the setup worked out beautifully. I could have chosen to do the scalpy scalp right down here. It would have been a beautiful scalp. So at this point, it's really just a question of maybe I'm being, I'm in the wrong for thinking that I can get more movement than it actually wants to give. But as far as the setup, as you saw, beautiful scalpy scalp, as I could have taken out my entire position there. But like I said, I'm trying to give this thing a chance to roll back over, and we'll see if it wants to do it. Hey, can we get 7 more likes in the next 3 minutes? That'd be amazing if we could get this up to 50 likes in the opening 30 minutes of the stream. Likes are very important around here. It is the communication tool that you as a crowd give me of whether or not you're still enjoying and interested. And as long as you're still enjoying and interested, I'll keep the live stream going. And we can push this up over 4 hours of a live stream and party. But like I said, I want to make sure people are still interested. All right, I'm actually going to move my stop here now. So still, because at this point, this seems to be the new area of resistance. But I still could lose money on these final 2 trades. But like I said, want to give this thing enough room. Uh-oh. Come back down. Come on. No, come back down. Oh, wow. Can't even... I'm trying to just scale out right there for one more in the green. Because this is not looking too good, but I was even too slow to get that one. And I am stopped out. So I don't even know. I don't know if that was either a very minimal winning trade or a very minimal losing trade. Well, in hindsight, I should have just scalped that out, that first profit target. I don't know, Clay. I'm thinking we get a squeeze back up. Maybe. But the 5-minute has me. It seems plausible that the price could at least roll back over, maybe try a triple bottom back down there. So, but hey, I was kind of right, kind of wrong. Does anybody know anybody remember what that number was before I took that trade? What was that number? Does anybody know? Whoa! Are we at 67 likes? Holy smokes, I'm liking this crowd. Wow. I'm liking you guys. This is a good crowd. Let's go. No, Kyle, you just... Are you a dad, Kyle? If you are not a dad, then I don't know what to think about you becoming a dad. Because if you're already doing dad jokes without being a dad, I can only imagine how bad it's going to get if you became a dad. Hey, Clay, been trading options on Robinhood. Uh-oh. I keep getting restriction warnings. I've been seeing success and want to continue my hustle. Where should I move over to next? Well, you're the main reason I'm doing this live stream. You should be. I would say that you're getting restrictions because of the pattern day trader rules and all that sort of stuff. Not to mention, By day trading options, that's very not wise, Brian, because when you think about it, the way options work, as we wait to see how this, so if you buy an option, obvious way you make money on an option that you buy, that's the worst why ever, that you buy, is if it goes up, you make money. Obvious way you lose money on an option is if it goes down, well then yeah, you lose money. But what happens if it goes sideways, right? Anything can do those three things, go up, go down, or go sideways. Now in options, the answer is, well, you lose money. How can that be the case? Well, because there's something called theta. So think about this, Brian. What you're doing is of the three things that the price can do, two of those three things means you lose money. So you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you day trade an option. Now, if you're saying, but Clay, I make money day trading options, that's amazing. My question to you would be, can you imagine how much more money you would have made? You would be making if you did not have to deal with theta. And that is why around here we talk about Pam's plant. Because one of the nice things about Pam's plant, which is an argument for the category of day trading, of why you should day trade futures through a prop firm, but for you, Brian, right here, you get to say goodbye to theta. Yes, futures are contracts, just like options are contracts, but these contracts do not have theta. So that in and of itself is enough reason where it literally makes no sense to be day trading options when you could be day trading futures that do not have theta. So, just keep that in mind as, where you would want to go. Plus, the other thing that pertains to you is right up here, there's no pattern day trading rule. So there's restrictions you're getting are because you're probably you're at risk of violating the pattern day trading rule. But again, that rule does not exist in the world of futures trading. So, that is what I would say based on your question is if you want to keep it going, you can keep things going way more efficiently by day trading futures in a prop firm. And if you want to use the one that I'm using and I recommend, that's the link up at the top of the screen there. Open is also booming. Yeah, but Open is a stock, and day trading stocks is just it's no bueno. And that's coming from somebody that's day traded stocks for years upon years. Futures make stocks look like paint drying. But this is booming. I know, but it's still paint drying, mathematically provable. Oh, look at the 5 minute here. Again, I should probably get in short. Look at this thing. And I will get short down. Yeah. See if this thing wants to actually break down through. And not to mention, Brian, futures move way better than options anyways. But even if we just assumed that futures and options move the exact same, futures still win emphatically because there's no theta in futures. But, I mean, futures actually move better than options. So they win on all fronts. And trying to bounce. Again, it gives me the EBGBs to think about going long right now. Holy smokes. It could work out, but oh goodness, there's no way I'm going long anywhere right around here. That is too scary for me. Can it push down through there? Ears are open. Definitely willing to learn more. Thank you. I'll be watching more of your videos. Sounds good, Brian. Yeah, and hang out here too. I'm a new trader. What helped you learn? Reading the Candlestick Bible going on about? What help can I learn? Well, I would encourage you to get signed up for this free class I'm offering next week. Anybody's welcome to join, but since they're actually asking, who asked that? Mr. 23. Yeah, I'd say as a beginner. Now, this class is not only for beginners, but definitely for beginners. Okay, trying to anticipate the breakdown of this trend line, see if it finally wants to release the hounds. It did, but that's why I should have scattered some orders out there to take advantage of those quick spikes. Uh-oh. Release the Kraken. What are you talking about chasing, Zach? What are you talking about? Yes, release the Kraken. All right, we'll see if it wants to come back down. All right, here we go. Zach, the hindsight armchair quarterback trader. Gotcha. Gotta love the Zachs of the world. Show up after the fact, tell everybody what they should have done and what had already happened. I know I could take this out green, but I want to see if it wants to give me some separation here to the downside. All right, Zach's gone. We're going to give Zach a 30-minute timeout. Good grief. I can't take that stuff. I have zero problem. If you want to show up and give me a trade plan, that's fine. But please just don't sit here, armchair quarterback, hindsight, trade everything. Nobody's impressed by that, and it's, quite frankly, it's just very annoying. Hey, good morning. How are we doing today? Good. This trade's got me a little on the edge of my seat, but overall. Overall, fine. How's your day going, Noki? I believe in it. I am having my doubts. And out. All right. Well, so that's okay. So let's learn here together. The theme that I'm seeing is that first trade that I took, and the one that I don't know if it was a small win or a small loss, would have been a nice little quality win had I scalped it. That one would have also been a win had I scalped it, because it didn't make enough of a move for a scalp. So maybe this is turning into I just need to do some scalping. I think I did the wise move to put Zach in the 30-minute timeout, because I'm sure he'd be here to tell everybody via the hindsight armchair. Please don't do it. Don't just drop now. At least just go up to make me feel halfway decent about stopping out where I did. Have you ever been there before where you get stopped out and then you're like, please just keep, I think everybody probably does that. Like, just keep going in the direction. Yeah, I guess it's going sideways, but this is what I always struggle with. Okay, it's been going sideways. Well, my side, what I see here is this the range right here, right? So I drew that box via, because it's easy. Again, it's going sideways. Okay, well, how are you defining sideways? Well, I'm defining sideways as connecting this with this, giving this box. So in my mind, I could have made money on a trade, because if it's going sideways and it's range trading, well, I thought it was credible that it could break that line, go down, test the bottom of the range, and then maybe bounce back up. But from that angle, from this move from here down to here, that's still plenty of wiggle room to make some nice quality profit. So yes, it is in a range. Yes, it is going sideways. But how are you defining sideways? Like, this is how I was defining it. So I thought it could go sideways back down to here. Well, interval we're watching, we're watching things on the 2-minute. Over here, I have other time frames, but what we're watching here is the 2-minute. All right, now I feel better about getting stopped out. What's your opinion on the long term on CRWV? I don't think you want my opinion on the long term on CRWV because I have no idea what CRWV. I mean, I know it's a stock, but I don't know. I have no idea. I need to write a Scalpy Scalp song? Maybe so. To me, a 5-point trade with 5 contracts is a good scalp. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe when I guess I don't know. Maybe I could. Fair. No, you're right. But again, I was not looking to scalp. I thought, again, I was not thinking that this thing was going to go to new lows, but per my personal definition of quote unquote sideways, that's a sideways movement right here. And like I said, this box is coming from me connecting that high with that low. So that's why I thought, well, I could at least, if this is going to range and it's just going to kind of chop back and forth, then why not think it could go down to there? I thought it had a chance, especially when breaking that trend line, but you know what? I guess I was wrong. And you know what? Not my first time and certainly won't be my last. If you have a problem with being wrong, let me tell you right now, trading is not for you. Go try to develop another skill set. I will say that one more time because it's pretty important. If you have a problem with being wrong, trading is not. I repeat, trading is not for you. For all that is good and merciful and holy in this world, trading is not for you. Go do something else. Hey, Brian. Hey, how's the 50K coming, Brian? Any trades on it? I guess I'll leave these annotations out. So this is like I said. Well, Clay, it's in a sideways range right now. I agree. But again, that a sideways range is still a broad statement. But at least now I've defined. And you can see, this is how I'm defining a sideways range. If you disagree, hey, no problem. You can define, draw your range anywhere you want. Nice job, Brian. Up 280. Slow and steady. Good job, Brian. Good job. Okay, and all right, let me take this out. I got to take this. This is a short right here. If it wants to come back down. Okay, we'll look to get short at that red line if the price wants to come back down. But if it comes up through this crosshair, okay, let's see if I can get filled. Got close to getting filled. Red line is my attempted entry to get short. So it came down, but did not fill me. Very good work. Thank you. But please talk in English. Poquito más español. Solo hablos. Oh, all right. Cancel that out. All right. Whoa. All right. I feel good about that. My entry point was spot on. Because, man, it came close down to potentially filling me and then went right back up. So that one feels good. I'm glad I had my entry point where I did because I never got filled. 11:30 a.m. reversal. So you bought at what? You bought down here? Eric, come on. Is trading really that easy? Do we have the Holy Grail where it's just at 11 a.m. You just buy because you know it's going to reverse? Noki, I'm not. You're not like bothering me, but my friend, I do offer a mentorship where I can get down in the weeds with this sort of stuff with you, okay? Noki, and if you don't want to do it, that's fine. So it's not a bother, but it's kind of like, you know where you can get the answers to this sort of stuff. And if you don't know, I'll be glad to show you real quick. I mean, you're basically turning this into a one-on-one coaching session, which is not really what the ultimate goal of all this. So I'll link that to you, Noki, and you can do with it as you please. But yeah, there are many people here, so I'm not really looking to turn this into some sort of one-on-one coaching session. It's a possibility after a range. Yeah, no, I agree. Possibility after a range. Yep. Agreed with that. Last night happened again. There's normally spikes at 1 a.m. Keyword be normally. No, I agree. That's what makes trading hard. Something might usually happen, or normally, or this, that, or the other, but nothing happens all the time. I need the mentorship. Well, Everton, check out that link that I sent to Noki. 1, 2, 3. 3 messages above yours. Check it out. All right, next, maybe short potential. Overnight low. So you get short right there, stop up above there. A lower risk, or not, because you're stepping in front of a pretty high momentum move. But the only reason why, you know what, I'll give it a go. I got to be careful. Right, there it is. We'll paper trade it. So yes, I'd be in right now. My stop would be right up here at that crosshair. Whoops. If I could keep my crosshair. Yeah, basically right there. So I'd be in. My stop would be up there. Let's paper trade this. See if I have the vision or not. Yeah, thanks, 921. Sounds like you're a member of the mentorship already. I don't recognize the screen name. Oh, you rat. Should have taken it right there. Boom. Well, it's Friday, Clay. It's Friday. It's Friday, Friday. Gotta get up on Friday. Don't do anything stupid and ruin your weekend. I guess I'm kind of revealing my age with that song. But that song, I don't know. How old is that song? I'm done for the day. Walking away with a few small... That reminds me, MJ, I need to add you as a mod. Don't worry, you are obligated to do nothing. But if you're ever around and you see any nonsense, it's got to go. Standard. There we go. So, all right, MJ. Like I said, if you ever see anything, please don't ban people. Leave that up to me. But yeah, if you ever see like if a bot shows up or something crazy, if somebody's just like, getting a little too wild, delete away. You're in the shadows. Cool. Well, good to have you. Good to have you here. Having a few small reds as opposed to blowing them all up is on. Yeah, exact. A few small reds. That, dare I say, sounds like risk management. Dare I say, sounds like quality risk management. Well done. Well, that would have definitely been a winning trade for me there. So just paper traded the mental or the short. Well, I say I would have scalped, but that might be hindsight confirmation bias because I see that it bounced back up. Had this thing kept coming down, I might be saying the exact opposite of I would not have scalped. So, but the entry point was there for everybody to see. So hopefully, I guess I could still try. I think that was the move. The fact that it came back up, I'm gonna stand by. 15-minute, 20 SMA is really close to the overnight low now. Not that I used rejected off it again. Kind of, sort of. Maybe for a scalpy scalp. I did state my plan. Oh, yeah. I didn't see it, Amin, but I recognize your name, and I know you definitely do state things ahead of time. So... which I always appreciate. That's good stuff there, Amin. Hey, some of you have said, Clay, I forget, so reminders are helpful, but we are 16 likes away from the 100 mark. That'd be amazing if we could get that in the first hour of the live stream. So if you are enjoying and you have not hit that like button, hit that like button. Let's see if we can make a run up to that 100 likes before, which I don't know. That might be a new record. I don't quote me on it, but that could be a new record. If we can get up to 100 likes in the opening hour, or maybe even sooner. So yeah, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. And once again, it gets rejected off that level. Building out, let me get rid of this line down here. That dirty rat. I still don't. I'm having trust issues from the long side. But if we can get another candle where it comes down here and then pushes back up, I'd start to have, I'd trust it a little bit more. So can I use the same indicators and things I use to trade crypto? A very good question. Absolutely, Tyson. Yes, that's the powerful thing about technical analysis. Charts. Charts are a chart are a chart. A bull flag on crypto is bull flags exist in crypto. Bull flags also exist in stocks, and bull flags also exist in futures. The RSI, the MACD, they exist in futures, they exist in crypto. So yeah, if you already know how to use a chart, you're 97% of the way there to already understanding how to trade futures. So that is a great thing. Too many people get hung up like, man, this Pam's plant, this day trading futures through a prop firm sounds amazing, but now I got to go learn all about how to trade futures. No, if you already use a chart, you are already 97% of the way there to understanding futures. And the final 3% is very easily explainable. How do you fight tilt? By recognizing it. By recognizing it. That's step one. If you don't recognize you're on tilt, then you have zero chance of fighting it because you don't recognize it. You're not acknowledging it in the first place. And that is oftentimes, I think, the biggest hang up is people lie to themselves. No, I'm not on tilt. No, I'm not on tilt. And I can understand why, because I think a lot of people confuse the temptation with actually doing the thing. So just because you're tempted to go on tilt, or you're tempted to be greedy, or you're tempted to FOMO, that's not actually wrong. In fact, that's a good thing because you're recognizing the temptation up front. Now, it becomes wrong is if you do the thing you're tempted to do, right? But it is hard to fight against the temptation if you don't acknowledge the temptation in the first place. So you got to, first off, acknowledge tilt. And then the way you fight against it, everybody's different. Yesterday, I had an example where I needed to put myself in a penalty box. Now, it's a little easier for me because I have a bunch of people that were holding me accountable. Like I said, okay, if I take a trade in the next 15 minutes, I want everybody in the chat to call me a liar because that's what I am. Because I'm saying it right now, I'm not going to do it, and I don't want to be a liar. So that's a cool thing about the live stream for me is I can ask you as a group to hold me accountable. And that's a very nice way to fight against tilt. If I say I'm in the penalty box, but if you're not on a live stream, then I don't go for a walk, get away from the computer, put the phone down. That would be the easiest way to do it. Just stop looking at the market, which again, much easier said than done. But again, step one, acknowledge the tilt. Acknowledge that you are being tempted to go on tilt. So, but yes, a very and again, there's no right or wrong. Everybody's going to be a little different, but I think a very good starting point would just be go for a walk, get away from the computer, go exercise. But good question. Good question. But yes, like I said, do not confuse the temptation with being guilty, right? No problem at all to be greedy. No problem at all to have FOMO. No problem at all to be fearful. But it's when you act on the greed, it's when you act on the FOMO, it's when you act on the fear, that's where it becomes a problem. What's tilt? Where you lose your mind and you just start behaving not wisely. Some people call it you're emotionally hijacked. That's why I just say you lose your mind, right? You get irritated and you're like, tilt usually starts in my mind with two words: screw it. Screw it. Anybody else say screw it? Or maybe an equivalent? Give me a 5. If one of maybe your leading indicator. So one of my telltale signs that I'm on tilt is if I say screw it. Anybody else? Does anybody else have that phrase? Again, maybe you say something a little bit more animated, but give me a 5. Is anybody else? Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone. See, it's almost like we're all human. So sure, we're all a little different in our risk tolerances, but there's some areas where we're kind of just human. I like going to the gym before I trade. That's great, Alex. But the question, that's not quite the question, Alex. Good pointer. I appreciate that. But this person was asking, how do you fight against tilt? So an answer, maybe Alex would tell you, go to the gym. A great way to fight against tilt, which again is what I'm saying too, is just get away from the computer. So yeah, maybe get away from the computer, go work out. But yes, It's all about you got to recognize those the signs of certain things. That's what trading mainly is. It's managing your emotions. But the first step to manage emotions is you've got to recognize the emotions, right? Because if you don't recognize them, then you don't think there's anything there to manage in the first place. And the way you recognize them is you got to look for those signs. So like I said, for me, screw it. Okay, another phrase, close enough. Okay, that's not a good slogan for me either. Screw it, close enough. I can make it work. Another slogan for me, if I'm starting to say that in my mind, something's not quite right. I can make it work. Uh-oh. Let people, in the chat room. Good question. Yeah. How do you fight tilt? Let us know in the chat box. Let's help each other out. So it was, I can't, who asked that? Slimmy. No, Slimmy asked, what's tilt? Who asked how to fight tilt? Anyways, let us know in the chat box. So Hooch says he walks the dog and leaves the phone at home. That makes sense to me. But yeah, how do you fight tilt? That is the question on the table. I've given my answer, but I'm curious of yours. Because again, I'm not saying my answer is the answer, but that's, I think, a good starting point. Hey, can we get 3 more likes? And I think we're in record-breaking territory. Over 100 likes in the first hour. So if you enjoy the conversations about trading psychology and just trading in general, well, quite the recovery. Still not gonna, if anything, I might take this. Push-ups and play chess online. I love bull flags and bear flags, accents. Yeah, Tyson, those all exist in futures, Tyson. In fact, that's what we essentially have right here on whoops. What in the world? Come on, go away. There we go. That's basically what we have here is I'm drawing this very quickly and crudely, but basically I have a bear pennant right there for you, Tyson. So yeah, that's the great thing about charts. Charts are charts. Charts just measure the value of something that is moving over time. So that if the value is, for Forex, well, then you can use that. If the value is for futures, value is for crypto. That's why charts are so powerful. Once you know how to use charts, you can trade you can trade anything with a value, assuming that value goes up and down as time passes. I have to get money to start. Thank you. Yeah. Sounds good, Everton. I've tilted so many times, I have a constant lens to the left, but over time, I'm starting to straighten up. Oh, lean to it. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's still, tilt is a thing, but the goal for us as traders, at least my opinion, is to just try to create bigger and bigger spaces between, when you go on tilt. Because if you're going on tilt 37 times a week, probably not a good thing. But if you are, and then all of a sudden you notice it's like 23 times a week, okay, great. And then more time passes, and now it's like 15 times a week. Okay, that's great. Then more time passes, and it's like 5 times a week. Fantastic. More time passes, now it's 3 times every couple of weeks. Even better. So that should be the goal. Because I don't think anybody can ever totally ever avoid never going on tilt again. That's my opinion. Maybe there are people out there that are like, nope, I crossed this line and I became a flawless trader where I never broke rules. I never fell for the voices in my head. Maybe that exists. I've never met a trader like that. But that is why I say the goal is to just create the bigger and bigger spaces between those bad moments. Does that make sense? Give me a 1. Does that all make sense? Give me a 1. I'm not getting any feedback in the chat, so I have no idea if I'm just rambling to the ethos and nothing I'm saying makes sense. But if it does make sense what I'm saying with the goal, hit that number 1. For my own, okay, good. I broke 2 keyboards from overtrading. And you're a woman too, aren't you, Miss Tiny Sniper? The Miss means you're a woman. Is that accurate? I mean, I know you're not new, but I want to say that I remember you being a woman. A woman breaking a key. You got some competitiveness in you. Breaking keyboards. If you're married, I hope your husband shows you respect. Or do you break the keyboards over your husband's head? On the same day? Oh my goodness. Please don't tell me you broke one keyboard, went to Best Buy, got the keyboard, brought it home, and then broke it again. That'd be insane. I think I have a futures account, but don't know how to use it. Well, definitely do not use it if you have one, because you're probably using your own funds, which is a very bad idea, especially as a beginner in futures. What exchange platform am I using? I am using a prop firm, Tradeovate, and then through the prop firm, I'm using Take Profit Trader. What does breaking a keyboard has to do with gender? Well, Sly Lou, it's called science. And one sex, whatever you want to call it, has more testosterone than the other, Sly Lou. So I'll let you connect the dots from there, assuming you know what testosterone is. So yeah, it makes perfectly medical sense to be a little surprised. Sly Lou is an instigator. They're looking to be offended. What do you mean? Just look at the comment. I'm talking science. It's biology. Testosterone versus estrogen. Do I need to give you a biology lesson, Sly Lou? I'll do it. I'll put on my doctor coat and my stethoscope and my little thing up here that's got the circle. I don't know what that thing is for. I'll do it, Sly Lou. I'll do it. All right, we're approaching an interesting area here on the 5-minute. We have a potential congestion point. We have the VWAP right there. We have the purple line right there. So right around 250. Could that be a little short-sighted sniper shot scalp? Maybe. Maybe. It's to reflect light onto what the doctor is looking at. Interesting. There's the thing I learned for the day. The fun fact of the day. All right. 50. That was supposed to be an order, not a line. Whoops. I didn't realize that the annotation. Okay, I still wouldn't have been filled. I don't think. I'm going to tell myself I would not have been filled for that mishap on my part. Again, I meant to throw in an order, but I guess I still had the annotation line. So when I thought I was going to add in an order, I went like that. Uh-oh. So that's... All right, let's see if it... Again, look right where it's at here on the 5-minute. Right at this level. Is this going to be a rejection point? In. Target profit hit. Good job, Amin. Good job. Congrats. We're at the opening. Oh, gotcha. We're at the opening range low too. Are you in a trade? Yeah, I just got into a trade. Yep. For a little scalpy scalp there. There it was. Little scalpy scalp. Now, I'm telling you right now, be careful. If you ever say the word scalpy scalp, especially if you say it how I did it, you're going to be addicted. You're going to literally walk around your house. And for us men, you're going to walk up to your wife and be like, scalpy scalp. I studied advanced level biology at Cambridge University in London. Well, then you definitely should not be asking that question. I would ask for your money back, good sir. Or good ma'am. Or whatever you are. The mere fact you had to ask that question tells me that Cambridge University in London ripped you off. Ask for, what's their refund policy? So what we learned here today, folks, is don't send your kids to Cambridge. It sounds like they're going to get ripped off. Or at least, to be fair to Cambridge, not their biology department. Research on humans has yielded mixed results. Relations between testosterone levels and aggressive behavior, particularly in certain contexts like competition or providing others, suggest that testosterone is more strongly linked to status seeking behavior. Okay, all right. Now we got Chat GPT in the works here. I'm going against Chat GPT. Here we go. How not? I mean, I would have thought that Cambridge was at a higher status than Ohio State, where I graduated from. That's what I would have thought. But I'm rethinking those thoughts based on the questions you needed to ask about, whoa, how could I be surprised to hear a woman broke her keyboard twice? Like if somebody said somebody broke their keyboard twice in one day, do you think it was a man or a woman? As traders, given we're always looking for probabilities and edges, I think somebody would be like, I'm going to go ahead with the edge. Again, not the guarantee, but the edge, the probability. It was probably a man that did that. You know? Goodness. Again, there are two people. I'm not going to tell you if it was a man or a woman, but this person broke their keyboard in trading twice in the same day. Do you think it was a man or a woman? Again, as somebody that thinks in probabilities, I'm going to go ahead, because one of those has way more testosterone than the other, I'm going to go ahead and say the man. Doesn't mean I'm right, but it does seem to be the more probable answer. And the fact that you apparently did not understand that going to Cambridge and studying advanced biology, it makes me think that maybe I got a better education at Ohio State, which I thought was a much less university than Cambridge in London. I don't know. I can't stand it when I hear, hey, James D., the Ohio State University. You mean ability to break the keyboard? Isn't it amazing that the woman here is the one that's like not offended? Like Slilu is the offended party. And wait, I guess I'm assuming Slilu is a man. I can't remember. Maybe Slilu's a woman. But I like it how the one that did it is not like offended, that I was surprised. Like, what do you mean you're like, goodness. Do you work out? What do you mean, do I work out? Yeah, I do. Yep. I do work out. I used to not work out though, and then my metabolism was like, hey, you're not in high school anymore, brother. And I got a little bit around, I kind of went through a wrecking ball stage of life where I looked more like a wrecking ball. Well, yes, I know. Hindsight has said, Clay, why did you scalp? Why don't you just let it work for you? It would have been beautiful. Because the first two where I did not scalp did not work beautiful for me. So isn't that just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes? The moment I finally decide, all right, I'm going to scalp is where it becomes, I guess I should not have scalped. But if you've been here for the entirety of the live stream, you would have seen my first two trades. One was a loser. One was, But had I just done a scalpy scalp, they would have both been nice little green trades. So then that's why I was like, let me just do a scalpy scalp on this one. And then this is the one that pulled back quite a bit more. All right, Zach is out of timeout. All right, and Zach is actually giving some numbers. There we go. Much better than this hindsight analysis. Thanks, Hooch. It scares me a bit. I think I might have missed something. You can say it. Pudgy. Little tappy tap? Just tap it in. Well, I love you too, but that's why I didn't ban you. I just put you in a 30-minute timeout. Because I missed the Zach that is giving actual numbers to their trade plans, like you just did. That's the Zach I like to see, and it's good to see that Zach is back. I am just being... I don't think you were being reasonable. That's the thing. I think that you are not reasonable if I set up a social experiment and I say there's two people. I'm not going to tell you if it's a man or woman, but this person in the world of trading broke 2 keyboards in the same day. Do you think this was a man or woman? I think it's reasonable to just say, oh yeah, to play the odds, a man. Again, that doesn't mean that it's a guarantee, but again, thinking in edges, thinking in probabilities, thinking in likelihoods. Or maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm the one that's crazy to guess that was probably a guy. Can we start multiple TPT accounts and copy trade? Yeah. Can you start multiple TPT accounts and copy trade? Yeah, yes. Assuming I answer that right, you could, if you wanted to, you could purchase 5 take profit trader accounts right now, and you could start copy trading on them right now. Scares me to give my social security number from Canada. To who, Paulo? I guess who are you giving your social security number to? Will I have to have a paid subscription at TradingView with the live data? No. Well, at TradingView. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not quite sure. I don't use TradingView. What I can say is that if you use Tradovate, then once you pass the test and you're in the pro accounts, you don't have any more monthly fees, but yeah, you still do get live data. But again, that is with Tradovate. So I'm not quite sure on TradingView. Maybe somebody else can answer that. To take Paulo, then there will be no prop firm trading for you because everybody needs your social security number, Paulo. And no, Paulo, I would understand your skepticism more if this was a prop firm that just opened up last week and they're based out of Somalia. I get it there. I understand there. But I mean, Take Profit Trader, they're not a new kid on the block. They've been around a long time now. They have a track record of, paying people, not being sketchy. So, but at the end of the day, if you're not comfortable with that, then you're not going to be trading. You're not going to be at least prop firm trading with them. How to put limit orders on Tradovate? Right here, you can click and then see the buy 5 limit. Boom, there it is. Then if I want my stop down here, boom, sell stop, boom. Then if I want to cancel them, click that line. If I want to do a buy limit, meaning I'm only want to buy if it comes up there, I guess in this situation it would be a buy stop. But yeah. So that is how. Very easy. You just click on the chart. I've known me for long. At the end of the day, don't trust me, but this is one of the benefits of social media is in the prop firm world, the community itself acts as a regulator. So I assure you, if Take Profit Trader was doing sketchy stuff, they would be getting roasted on social media. Roasted. So you are free. Like I said, don't trust me. Just go look, and you'll notice there's nobody roasting Take Profit Trader to be fair, I'm not aware of any prop firm being roasted right now because they're doing sketchy stuff with people's social security numbers. But they need that because that's for tax purposes, right? If they're going to pay you money, they sort of need that. To play within your sphere, I would say a woman is more likely to smash a few keyboards with her trading life. What? No, Slylu, this will be my last interaction with you on this. No, I don't think that. I've already given you my reasoning on why. Because men are filled with more testosterone. That's why. And that's why I think the vast majority of people here, given my little social experiment I set up, would choose men. Not because it's guaranteed, but because it seems to be more likely because of the testosterone, which I thought was basic biology. So, no, Slylu, I don't think that. I gave you my reasons. Moving on. I have known, but on TradingView and the main, TradingView, Tradovate. Does a monthly fee also reset the buying power if you have blown up? Yes, exactly. Yep. But again, after you pass the test and move into the pro account, so after you make this jump, I'm talking Take Profit Trader. That's what I use. That's what I recommend. But after you make the jump here from test into pro, there's no more monthly fee. That's why I always say aim to pass the test within a month. So if you're doing the 50K and you spend, the 102, now you don't have to pass it within a month. But if you don't, then you're going to have to pay that 102 again. Because you can take as long as you want to pass the test. But I say aim to get it done within a month so that you only pay that once. And then after that, and after you move from the test into the pro, you still get the live data. You still get all of that. But you don't. There's no more monthly fees. So, I mean, you're literally getting market data, live market data at no extra cost. So it's actually pretty cool when you look at it from that angle. Again, you do not have to pass the test in a month. I am just saying I recommend aiming to get it done within a month so that you don't have to pay that monthly fee again. Because if you only pay that fee once, that is literally your only risk moving forward. Your risk is what you paid for your account. And if you get paid for the 102 account, and that is all you've ever paid, and then later on down the line you end up blowing the account because you break a rule or something, well, okay, you're out $102. Sure, maybe you lost thousands of dollars in your account that caused the rule break, but out of your own pocket, only $102. You were in aerospace, isn't it? Me too, but I don't think it suits me. No, I was not. I was never an aerospace engineer. I was an engineer, but not aerospace. What about order fills and live account, Clay? Next week I'll be in live because TPT has liquidated me. What do you mean they liquidated you today? You mean you broke a rule? What do you mean they liquidated you? Wait, so let me get this right. You broke the rules of the prop firm, of Take Profit Trader, and now next week you're going to go and trade your own funds? Am I understanding this right? I want to, before I go down this rabbit hole, I'm trying to understand. Agreed, Zach. Agreed. Yes, Pam's plan is a tough cookie to crack. All right, we are right at, all right, in. Looking for a bounce here. Off of this trend line, off of this overnight low. Oh, come on. I had the chance at the scalpy scalp. There we go. I'm going to take that scalpy scalp again. All right, very nice. Nothing fancy there. Actually, it was a triple whammy. I couldn't even see it. It was a triple whammy. Triple whammy of support. We had the trend line support. We had, you can't see it, but the green line there, 21 EMA is hiding in there. And then you had the overnight low. So triple whammy of support. I should potentially still be long right now. Because, I mean, you just got a super tight stop. Put your stop right below there. You made 10K? Goodness, Slimmy. How did you pull that off? What? I mean, good job, but how'd you make 10K? Congrats. Well, and that's fine, Slilu. I think it's insane that you would be agnostic on such a, what I always thought was a common sense topic. But yes, I agree. Let's get back to trading. In 9 days. Gotcha. Yeah, the fills will be a little different. But I mean, let me put it this way, Slimy. Unless you're out there like trying to get filled on, 75 contracts on NQ, I don't think you're going to notice much at all. Because they are very liquid markets. I usually trade too many. Okay, yeah, you'll be all right. Now, 200, the market may take notice. TPT rules say don't trade more than 6 contracts. Well, no, that's depending on what account you have. So if you're on the 50K purchasing power, then yeah, you cannot do more than 60 of like an NQ, or you cannot do more than 6 NQs or 60 of MNQs, right? So these would be minis. These would be the micros. But yeah, if you go to the 100K, then all of a sudden you can have up to 12, right? Because you're paying more, but you're getting more purchasing power, which means you can go larger contract size. So 12 of the very fast moving ones, or 120 of the less moving one, or the micros. Oh, what a dirty rat move. I'm glad I scalped on that one. So there's the trendline break. How do I turn off order confirmation? You mean the voice? The CFA? The voice? Slimmy, you got to get some more accounts going, man. Can you imagine if you're copy trading? Woo! Come on, Slimmy. Good job. Get some more accounts fired up, brother or sister. I killed a TPT Pro account yesterday. It happens. It happens. I have killed TPT Pro accounts too. Because they are moving him to Pro Plus. Beginner trader. Tilted. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Just learn from it and move on. All right, let's see if it wants to come down here. I think I'm going to get rid of this trend line. I think it served its purpose for now. Let's see how this one wants to behave as it chops around. I've been trigger shy today after a brutal day yesterday. Well, I mean, if you have to, just go to like one MNQ, 2 MNQ. Build your confidence back, Lance. What happens after we kill an account? No, they just pay the lot. No, they just take the account. Again, that's the beautiful thing about prop firms is right here. The added risk control, how you protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Well, when you go and buy an account, so let's say you do the 50K, you buy an account for 102. If you kill the account, if you break the rules, that means you lose the account. So therefore you lose whatever you paid for it. But that's it. Now, how would you lose this account? Well, if you go off and lose 2,000 because you don't have any you don't manage risk or go on tilt or whatever. Again, do you lose 2,000 out of your wallet like you would if you were trading your own funds? No, you don't. You only lose your account. So therefore, you only lose the cost of the account, which in this situation would be $102. So that's what I mean. You have very, very minimal risk, and then you have a whole lot of upside potential. That assuming you pass the test, move to the pro accounts, and then start making money there. So that's what I mean. Pam's plant. That's why I argue it's the most efficient way to go about your day trading, because from the risk lens, your risk would literally be $102. Hey, Webski, good to see you. Fail fast, learn fast. Copy trading can be very stressful. If you lose, you lose. Yeah, exactly. That's a two-sided coin. But Slimmy is apparently in quite the groove here. So can I start another account with another? No, Just you can reset the account. Batman with cheese. I'm so confused. You are not new here. How do you not know these answers? Live streaming is such a confusing place. Because I'm sorry. I know I've answered these questions a billion times. Batman, I don't understand. Okay, so the cool thing here is though, Batman cheese. If you kill this account, so you buy it for 198, you kill it, meaning you lose 3,000. You can get it back. That is known as resetting the account. But the cool thing with Take Profit Trader is when you reset the account, you get the account back. It's actually what's called $100 resets, but it only costs you $100. So on that note, actually, if you are in the 25K though, with the current 40% off, I repeat, do not reset the account, because if you reset the account, it costs you $100. So in this situation, it would be better to just cancel that account and go buy another one because, well, it's $90. So with this current deal, it becomes a little goofy with the 25K. Now, even if it's a 50K, just reset it, right? Because you'll save $2. But again, if you're in the 25K and you roast that account, do not reset it, because resets are $100, which doesn't make any sense. Just go buy another account. Maloso. Okay, take money. Well, make sure you use code Clay, and then my kids will get a little of that money as they can eat something tonight. That's exactly what I did. On Wednesday, I hit my DLL, and for some reason on Thursday, I was feeling weird because of that, so I traded 2NQ to feel better and gain. Oh, great. Who said that? Dave Pastor. Yeah, good. Yeah, well played, Dave Pastor. Yes. No harm at all in not feeling confident. In fact, I would say that's a good thing, because to say I'm not feeling confident means you've acknowledged with yourself that you're not feeling confident. That's not a weakness. That's a strength, that you're just being honest with yourself. So if you've acknowledged that, then yeah, just use, like I said, smaller size to rebuild that confidence. Resetting at close to 30-day. Yeah, that is true too. If you do reset for $100, it may not be a bad idea to reach out to TBD to make sure the code is still applied for no. Well, yeah, as long as it's all in the account with his, which is used with a code that has no activation. But yeah, that's true too. Sure, I just passed one with yours. See, Slimmy used code Clay. He passed an account. So let's actually look at the numbers right now. Slimmy, how much did you pay for the account using code Clay? Slimmy, who I do trust because he's been here almost since the beginning of the live stream. I recognize the name. So how much did you pay for the account? Slimmy, I want to show everybody the math here and how it seems like a scam, but it's just, again, Pam's plan. If you want to be a day trader, it's quite the efficient way to go about it. Yeah, but next week I'll get 2 accounts. Last time I had 5 blown accounts, then all together. Okay, so yeah, what is your total cost? Like, how much have you had total cost in a take profit trader? Okay, what's your total cost out of curiosity? Because I appreciate up above you're being transparent and you said you had blown 5 accounts. So so your total cost is what, about $600 then? What is your total cost? TPT, no activation fee. Correct. If you use code Clay, not only do you get 40% off, but then there's also 0 activation fee. Trying to see what it wants to do right here. If this comes down and then starts to come back up, I'm going to be interested in a long. But I want to see it come down here, show a little bit of weakness, and then have the strength show back up. I'd like to see it actually break down below that purple line. Okay, come on down a little bit more. There we go. I'll put my buy right there. Ooh, whoa. That was a wider stop than what I thought. So let's go with 3 instead. So again, looking to get long at that green line. My stop will be down here. I heard Code Clay has the highest payout, highest pass rate, and highest payout rate. I heard the same. I can't confirm or deny that, but that's a rumor on the street. If you use Code Clay, it's like guaranteed you're shopping for a Lamborghini next week. Right, Slimmy, I'm trying to turn this to a math, but how much did you spend? How many accounts did you blow? And then how much did you pay in total is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, exactly, Roman. According to the prop firm streets, I hear Code Clay is magical and mystical. By the way, if you do use Code Clay, I do get something, and the funds go to feed hungry children, okay? If you use Code Clay, it will go to feed hungry children. These children do happen to be mine. I have 6 of them, so yes, but they will. Anybody that uses Code Clay feeds hungry kids. I might try a little short scalp here. 12 right there. Yeah, again, about a 10 point. Yeah, let's do it. See if we can get some continuation here. Red line is my short. In. Just in case we get a little bit of a spike, let me throw out a couple orders. You never know, I suppose. So I'm short. Want to see this thing continue on down. So let's see if this thing wants to keep on bleeding. Out 2 for 2. Good job, Zach. Amen. 2 retest. Second that 51.60 in 3 days due to the fact that I used. Yeah, See, Zach, he can confirm. Code Clay, he's making money. Eric, ES 5-minute close under could bring on some sellers. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Not looking the greatest right now. I'm thinking if it comes down, do I want to add? But I think I'm just going to get stopped out anyways. All right. So stopped out on that one. Oh, don't even think about now coming but right back down. Don't do that. I guess, Slimmy, what I'm trying to get at is how much money did you have all in before you started to make money? Did you spend like $500 on accounts before you made your 10,000? That's ultimately what I'm trying to get at, is to look at your return on investment and illustrate how prop firms are very powerful. But I need to know the number. That's why I keep asking, like, how much did you spend on accounts before you started to make money? Oh, what a... Testimonial. I used code Clay and I got a knock on my door 5 seconds later with the Lambo. See? It's confirmed. The streets are confirming it. Code Clay is magical and mystical. Only use code Clay if you like Lamborghinis and beachside Malibu mansions. Or if you're like me, you just like big pieces of land. So if you are an elk hunter, only if you like 1,500 acre parcels in Colorado. That's the only time that you should use code Clay. I think I'm trying to just create a trade for myself right now. I'm a little irritated about that one. Like, I'm pretty sure I got stopped out at the high of that move. For it then just, to be fair though, it still hasn't broken down, so that makes me still feel a little bit better, but still. Or you like Saint Trumpez. Or Endless Keyboards, yes. SM, great morning, the new accounts, even though the question wasn't for me. I've spent 1,000 eval so far. And do you have any payouts, SM? All right. Well, I'm scared of short now based on the 5-minute. That's a pretty nice little hammer candle there. So I'm gonna pass on the short. Dice is long. I don't blame you one bit. Maybe I should join. Okay, so right here, Slimmy, just the power of prop firms. I'm just gonna round it up to 1,000. Okay, he had $1,000 into his prop firms, right? Because he did. He bought some accounts, he blew them up. Bought some accounts, blew that one up. Bought some accounts, blew those ones up. Bought some accounts, blew those ones up. But in total, every blown account was not like it was costing him thousands upon $1,000 of his own money. Like it would if it was your own money. Then yeah. A bad day can be thousands of dollars, but a bad day in a prop firm is just you lose your account. So he lost several accounts, and ultimately his all-in cost was 1,000, and then he's up now $10,000. So I mean, think about it. Lots of failure right here, but the failure only cost him 1,000, whereas lots of failure with your own money can cost you a whole lot more than 1,000. So 1,000. So we're looking at basically a 900% return right there. Good job. The power of prop firms. Hey, it's been a while since I've asked, but I've been told reminders help. So if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. It's amazing. I don't ask and the likes barely budge. So we got to get up this up to about 150 likes here relatively quickly. So let's, if you have not yet hit that like button, please. If I were going to spend the profits, I would be on a vacation or gold and silver. There you go. Or maybe you do both. Put some for a vacation, some for gold and silver. I'm more of a land man myself, but hey, if you like gold and silver as part of your wealth preservation strategy, that's cool too. Well, either way, Slimmy, good job. You are a good example of a lot of dumb things, a lot of blowing accounts. So you spent $1,000, but then you found your groove and you're at 10,000. So $1,000 of a lot of pain and suffering, but sounds like you learned. And now you're at 10,000. That's great. Do you stream every day? I do. Yep. 11 a.m. Eastern. Usually I'm here a little early, so make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications. But yes, the latest I will be here, is at 11 a.m. Another big hammer on the 5-minute. Slimmy answered my question. Okay. All right. Thank you, Slimmy, for answering M. Will's question. Very helpful. That's why I'm liking this chat. People helping each other out, answering each other's questions. That's some good stuff. Trump is talking right now? Okay, I always like additional confirmations. Can we get 2 more people to confirm that Trump is currently speaking? Can anybody confirm that Trump is speaking? We need a couple more people to confirm. Not that I don't trust you, Nero, but I don't trust anybody straight up. Well, there's a couple people that I would trust straight up, but I hope nobody's offended. I've learned to be a little skeptical. What is your trading strategy? I trade I trade technical charts using candlesticks. I'm a candlestick trader. That's what my strategy is. Okay, Trump is talking right now. Okay. So sorry, I don't have a really cool name for it, but I just trade charts. My favorite indicator is candlesticks. So I am a candlestick trader. That's my strategy. I like to sprinkle in some supports, some resistance levels, some moving averages, some VWAPs. All right, well, now I got to turn. I think I might just have to sit on hands right now. Because whenever Trump's talking, things can get a little squirrely. So I'm going to go ahead and chill out for the time being. To be fair, if Trump says the right thing and he sends it in the right direction for you, it could be a very nice payday. But that is a two-sided coin, unfortunately. I do like this from the long side, mainly on the 5-minute, but because Trump's talking, I'm just going to sit here. What was your process for trading stocks? Same process as for trading futures, because charts are charts. Whether you're trading stocks or options or forex or crypto or baseball cards, a chart is a chart. So I use the same exact strategies I used in stocks. They just happen now to be for futures. I will say the process is way better, though, because I don't have to scan for anything. In stocks, right, you have to spend money scanning or not. Well, sometimes you have to spend, yep, that's what I mean. Trump's talking. Sometimes you have to, spend money on scanners and stuff like that for stocks because you got to find them. And now you realize a lot of platforms have scanners included, but you got to spend time. You got to spend time scanning for stuff. And with futures, you don't. Because futures, I know what I'm going to trade every day because every single day that same thing gives multiple opportunities. He's talking about crypto right now. Anytime Trump talks, the market goes limp. Yeah. I don't know if I'd agree with that one. Sometimes he tweets and the market goes ba-boom. Other times it goes flushy flush. To be fair, sometimes it does go limp, but anytime, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I'd consider this limp. We now have I don't know, it was here. Oh, yeah. Now we're at about a 10, 20, 30, 40, about a 40-point move there. Crushed. Yeah, this is why I'm setting it out right now. Now, if you were short, you are very happy with Trump. If you were long, not so much. What channel is Trump on? Not on CNN or Fox News. Yeah, I'm not sure on that, James. You were long, yeah. Like I said, I did like it long on the 5-minute, but that's the thing. That's why I appreciate when people are telling me Trump's talking, because that was a nice little long setup. I understand why people were long. I just did not join because of that external variable known as Trump. So, and right there, exactly what I mean. That, whatever, he said something that just destroyed that long pattern. If Trump was talking live, he would be on. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. We have multiple people confirming that Trump is talking, so I'm taking that at face value. Thankfully, I'm locked out for the day. Green day today. Trump is not going to ruin. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? If you're green, it's Friday. It's always nice to head into Friday on a green day, you know? So if some of you don't mind letting me know when Trump is done, that'd be ideal. Was this a planned speech or did he just come out of nowhere? We got to drop to 150. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see if the market agrees or not. Do we have to drop to 150? Hindsight will be our judge. Nice. I know two guys down there. Oh, sorry. That's not talking to me. I know Anthony and somebody else are having a conversation. Sorry to step in. Just checking in to like your video and say Trade of 8's glitch problem cost me potentially several hundred, but I pocketed 1,000. I was not aware of a glitch problem today, Michael, but I'm still glad you made money. I don't think, as far as I'm aware, I have not had any glitches on my end, but I'm glad that... Glad you're still walking away with some money. I think he's speaking because 3 crypto bills just got forwarded to his desk. Yeah, that seems possible. That seems more than plausible. May have been my iPod then. It might have been. It might have been. I don't have any glitches either, but I was done at 9:30. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. It's just the Trump variable on the 5-minute here. I mean, provided a bounce, and this is the pivot point, provided a bounce, ultimately provided a bounce. So I don't know. Do you get long there? And then your stop loss is down here? I don't know. I don't know. That's just what's going through my mind right now. Like I said, if Trump was not speaking, I could see myself giving that a try. But because he is speaking, that's what's causing the hesitation. But I don't know. The bill signing ceremony is at 2:30. They are talking about his quotes, but he is not. Okay, now I don't know. We got some people saying Trump is speaking. Other people are saying that James is saying he's not talking. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to trust. I don't know what to trust. I'm just going to err on the side of caution that he is speaking. I always love it when there's conflicting sources in the chat. Who said he was speaking? Where did you see him? All right. Now do we gotta ban some people? Who was it? Nero69. You said Trump is on the mic. Where was he on the mic? What is your source for that? Webski. Yes, Trump. Talking about tariffs. Okay, Webski. You too. Now that I look, you're the only 2 people that I saw that said he was speaking. No, and Sam Amin. Amin also said, okay, I don't know. There's several people that said he was talking. Never mind, that was 3 hours ago. For future references, if everybody doesn't mind maybe just checking their sources and making sure they're not making a claim based on something from 3 hours ago, on behalf of the chat and myself, we would appreciate that. We would really appreciate that. That would be good. To all of you that were like, he's literally not speaking. He is nowhere. I know I pushed back quite a bit. I apologize. I apologize. No, James, you were right. Our initial reported source was like, oh, wait, sorry, that was from 3 hours ago. Ugh. All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Well, I know, James. I know. I'm just saying that Nero, he's not new here. I just... Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the chat. Apologize to the chat. You threw all kinds of people off, brother. Okay, gonna buy there. Scalp there. So it took a little long. Scalp. So since I took a scalp, probably should have held. Because it's starting to develop. If I do a scalp, then you should hold and let the position work for you. If I decide to hold and let the position work for me, that is your signal to scalp. It seems like that's the type of day we're having. So yes, this is probably getting ready to go up here. Because I can't quite seem to choose the right trade management strategy today. The first trade, I tried to let it work for me. And it was like either a minimal gain or a minimal loss. Because I did not scalp. The next one, I chose to, I think, let work for me. And then the opposite. It's been an opposite type of day. So again, if I say, all right, I'm going to go for a scalp, that is a signal for you to say, no. I'm going to let it work for me. If I say, all right, I'm going to let this work for me, that is your signal to scalp. That's the holy grail today. I am the holy grail. Do the opposite of my trade management strategy today. That is the holy grail today. All right. I might try another long down here. We are, if you remember earlier, I was talking about in the 5 minute. We are right at this pivot point. Just kind of stuck right here. So does it continue to be stuck, quote unquote, enough to then produce the bounce in the upwards direction? That is the question, my friends. That's what we're trying to see. Whoa, hey, ho, hey. That was a nasty move. That got very spiky. Whew. Did everybody see that? If you blinked, you missed it. I got to go change my underwear after that one. Anybody else got to go change your underwear? One thing as traders, you should always have some water. And then over here, you can't see it, but you always want to have a change of underwear. Okay? Trading 101. People are always like, what do I need to day trade? Number one answer to anybody that asks you that says is always an extra pair of underwear. That's the first thing you need. And then you can start talking about platforms and a computer and internet connection and that sort of stuff. You know, knowledge, a strategy. But the number one thing, what do I need to day trade? An extra pair of underwear. That's the first thing. And I challenge anybody to refute me. That is an undisputed fact. Loyal Wiz, Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. About to lose my mind. Today's been a very choppy late morning, afternoon session. Up and down, all around. Some days you need 2 pairs, but you need a minimum of 1. Maybe an extra keyboard, that is true. But again, the premise, the truth claim is this. It's, before anything else, an extra pair of underwear. When somebody asks you that, what do I need to become a day trader? An extra pair of underwear at all times. I don't know if I care about that trend line or not. Whoops. That's close enough, but I'm going to throw it in there. If I'm going to give you my answer, I do not care about it, because the problem is, to short that trend line right now means that you're shorting into a bunch of lower shadows. There's a lower shadow, there's a lower shadow, there's a lower shadow, and then that lower shadow itself, which is suggesting that there's quite a few buyers down around here. So, and I'm not looking to short right at a location where there seems to be several buyers, but as of now, it's bouncing anyways. Did you order a soft click mouse? Can you hear my mouse? You should not be able to hear my mouse. Because this mouse here is the one I bought, but this is not a soft click. And it was like deafening every time. Click, 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 click. It's the same brand. What is it? Razer. Yeah, Razer. But this one is what's being sent back. So you should not be able to hear the mouse, though, because I'm using a mouse that I had in storage, which was the same mouse as the one that just went kaput. So I'm going to... There's no way you should be able to hear this mouse. It is oh so quiet. Hey, can we get 12 more likes? We really need to get this up to 150 likes. In fact, I'm going to just go ahead and say it. I'll just take it that people are not interested or enjoying if we're not at 150 likes by the 2-hour mark, which is in 8 minutes. So if you are enjoying, if you're finding value, if you're entertained, please hit the like button. That is not a vanity metric. That is a metric I'm using to gauge interest levels. So again, if we can't even hit 150 likes by the 2-hour mark, I'll have to wave the white flag and say, I just don't have it today. People are not actually interested. Yeah, are you not entertained? There we go. All right. That makes me feel better. But keep hitting that like button. Again, I have those metrics. The next metric we're after is 200 likes. So I know some people get clever. They're like, well, I'm going to save my like until no. Saving the like does nothing, because I have these, I know the metrics. I have the numbers in my mind of where we need to be. So just hitting the like button now puts us closer to those metrics anyways. Logitech. This one has great reviews. Okay. All right. Good to know. Ooh, is this a short right at the 21 EMA? All right, I'm going to do a little building here, and I'll put my final resting place right up there for my stop if it wants to come back up. Like first thing I do. You are a wise man. Clay, I was trading from the car dealership this morning, and the manager comes over asking how I'm doing. I introduced him to the power. Hey, Frank, I love it. Pam's plan is spreading out into the real world. I love it, Frank. This seems like a, yeah. I better just sit here. We'll see how it continues to develop. I am going to do this, though. I will get short here, and I can put my stop right above, what is that? Oh, wow, that's almost still a 10-point loss or stop. Okay. Maybe I'll go for a little bit of a fake breaky. He said he'll be using your code in TBD to get started. Shared with 6%, no bueno. Oh, so he was familiar with, so he's already trading then. This was not somebody brand new to trading then. Sounds like he was trading options, or I should say day trading options, which is terrible. If you are a day trader of options here, I'm telling you right now, mathematically provable, you are working harder, not smarter. You are literally making your life way more difficult than it needs to be. I already showed the math earlier to somebody, and I'd be happy to do it again. Again, if you are a day trader of options, oh, that is not good. Not good. Again, the claim is not that you can't make money. It's just that you are working way harder than you actually need to. Been a while since I've watched you. Enjoying being here today. Well, we are enjoying having you here. It's good to have you. Need 500 to pass an account. I'm not sure what that is in reference to. Going to look into TPD this weekend. Fantastic. Very good. Please use code Clay so my kids can eat tonight. How can I find the MNQU? I don't know. I mean, on Tradeovate, you just start to type in MNQ, and it usually it fills in. Be a brick, not an ice. Oh, somebody was at the webinar. That's right. We got to be a brick. Be a brick. I realize that means nothing to you, but if you're at the good, I like it. I like it. Past evaluation in 5th day today. Good job, ABK. Very good job. Congrats. Oh, crap. I got an order out there still, don't I? I have an order without a stop right now. That would be bad. Okay, I'm aware of it. I'm going to keep it out there. Let me just put in a stop. That way, if I do forget about it, there we go. Okay. Thank you, though. I appreciate you looking out for me and saying, hey, moron, you got to stop, or you got an entry out there. Don't take risky chances today just to pass it. Yeah, agreed. But I mean, if you have an A+ setup, then take the A+ setup. Because part of an A+ setup should mean that you have your risk nicely under control. That's why I'm not always a fan of just arbitrarily saying, all right, I'm done for the day. Because in theory, you say, I'm done for the day, and then you pass up on like 5 A+ setups. That would have made you even more money. It's a tricky thing though. But yes, you are right. If risky is being defined as close enough, I'll make it work. It's all right. Yeah, and definitely don't take those trades. Fully agree with SM. But I mean, if it's an A+ setup, then sure, of course it's risky because all trades are risky. But like, by definition, an A+ setup should have very minimal risk, and you should have an edge in your favor. Caught that last 5-minute green candle up. Congrats. Nice. So on the 5-minute, what I'm watching is we have the 21 EMA, which does have a track record of rejecting the price when it gets right up around that area. So we'll see if it does once again get rejected up around that area. I'm going to cancel that out for now. All you need is $1 to make it in an even 1K. That is true. That is true. I got to find $1 so I can just turn this into 1,000. I guess he's right. We're right now at $999. Oh my goodness. I got to find another dollar. Trade futures. Hey, good to see you. All right. I need another $1. That was my A+ setup. Good job, Dice. Well, there you go. And it paid you. Shocking. An A+ setup just paid you. Weird. Weird. That's the surefire way to go from $9.99 and $9.52 real quick. Exactly. And then from $9.52 down to $700, and then from $700 down to -30. No, that's not true anyways, because this is not including commissions. So I'm actually at I'm at 908 in all actuality. With commissions, I'm at 908. Hi Clay, your AM trades seem to always be significant higher. Yes, because I usually, yeah, that's my bread. Okay, Ryan, just as a history to everybody. So this will be a long answer, but it explains everything. I am not a good late morning, afternoon trader. If you have any familiarity with my YouTube channel, I've done everything from the be done in 30, where I'm looking to be done in 30 minutes. But usually by 11 a.m., I am done for the day, and I've had it's been that way for years upon years upon years. Like I said, just go watch the YouTube channel. Start in 2013. And then one day, and I'm not making this up, you can confirm, go back in the archive of because all these live streams are archived and you can go back and watch them. But go back to page number 1 with episode number 1. It was a total accident. I was clicking and I was like, oh, so that's how Go Live works. And I clicked it, and then all of a sudden people showed up and I'm like, oh, holy smoke. I didn't think people would show up that quick. But anyways, so it transitioned into now I'm a live streamer. And it then transitioned into me discovering, well, people like to see live trading. So I was like, okay, well, I need to be a live trader. Now, but Clay, why don't you just start it at 9:30 at the open? Because I have a private community with paying members. So my loyalty ultimately resides with them. I need to give them my A+ chart vision, my A+ effort, my A+ everything during that opening portion of the day. So that is why I'm not doing then, because it just doesn't work out. I do have a paying community, and I need to provide them, that kind of, because that's the bread and butter for me. So that's why I do it at 11 a.m. But because I'm not very good, that is why I always scale things down, which is a beautiful thing about futures, because futures allow you to have a way to still trade, but doing it in a much more conservative way. And that is known as the micros, right? So right here, this is my NQ trading. And NQ, whoo, these things can move. This is my MNQ. And that is what, now every now and then on the live stream, I'll do an NQ. But more times than not, I'm not going to lie to myself. Oh, Clay, no, Clay. Like, I'm not going to go into mom mode to myself. Oh, sweet little Clay, you're a good afternoon trader. No, I'm not. And that's okay. That's okay. I can still trade. I can do it, in a conservative way. And I can give you, viewers what people like. And they like live trading. So that is why I am. So yes, to answer your question, Ryan, at the beginning, I am more aggressive, but that is because that's always been, where I felt comfortable as a trader. I'm not saying that afternoon trading is garbage. I'm just saying I'm not good at it. And we all have our strengths and weaknesses. I lost my cursor. There it is. So yes, that is why. That makes sense. Thanks for, yeah, fair question, Ryan. I just used code Clay. All right, Christopher. If I remember right, Christopher, you are coming to us from the world of options day trading. I cannot wait to hear your thoughts on futures. I think you're going to be our newest convert. As of now, we're batting 100%. Every single day trader of options that has tried Pam's plant, which again, this real quick is Pam's plant, just an argument of why you should be day trading. So this is the argument for futures, day trading, but why you should be doing it through a prop firm. Those are all the reasons there. But as of right now, we are at a 100% conversion rate. Every single options day trader, small cap day trader of stocks or whatever that has gone and tried Pam's plant has come back and said, I'm never going back. I'm sticking with futures. So I look forward to hearing, what is the price for the private members? I'll just send this link to you and you can go check it out. There's a couple different ways you could go about it. Frank, I know Frank is in the community, so he can maybe let people know if he thinks it's worth it or not. Here, and I'll link it to you too, Ryan. Yeah, you'd be great. I can tell. You'd fit in very well, Ryan, for sure. So yeah, thank you for considering. I used to use this as like a recruiting mechanism because I'm not trying to come across as cocky, but I started trading a long time ago, started the website back in 2013, the YouTube channel. So I've worked with many, many traders. So over, it's been like 12 years now. So, you start to recognize, okay, that person, I can tell they got a good head on their shoulders. So I used to be like, hey, join my room. I try to recruit people and I haven't really done that lately, but yeah, Ryan, I can tell based on how you talk, you'd fit in well. You'd fit in nicely. Had a good morning session. Hope everyone else did too. I'm out for now. All right, have a good weekend. Skept3K. What about me, Clay? Do I have a good head on my shoulders? Yeah, I think you'd fit in well. You don't seem to be like sitting here talking about some 000 penny stock. The 50K account was 170 using code Clay. Using code Clay, I paid 102. Perfect, Christopher. There you go. Code Clay, saving you 40% off. And then the other thing that the code Clay gets you is prop firms have what are called activation fees. So in other words, after you pass the test and then you go to the pro, well, you have to activate your pro account. So with Take Profit Trader, the activation fee is $130. So again, after you pass, once you want to activate your pro account, $130. But with code Clay, not only do you get 40% off the account in the first place, but this is $0. So it's a good deal. And code Clay is a way to just help support the stream, help to make it worth my time. Which as much as as much as I do enjoy this, from a business, from a family perspective, it does need to be worth my time. Right? I think we would all agree that a father, a husband, a dad, whatever you want to say it, that goes and does something that he really enjoys for mass amounts of hours every day, but then there's not really any sort of monetary payoff for that. Again, I'm not saying that dads and husbands can't have hobbies that have zero worthwhile effect, but for the hours that I'm doing this live stream, there is that component. So, but by using code Clay, you can ensure the live stream continues because it's going to. I enjoy doing it anyways, but again, to just be brutally transparent from the business, from the kind of the family perspective, there does also have to be that component of needing to be worth my time. So code Clay does help contribute to making it worth my time. And plus, you get a promotion anyway. So it's not like you don't get anything out of it. You're getting the good, spicy deals. Yeah, Kyle, keep it easy on the dad jokes, Kyle. I appreciate that. I might be cooking too hard on this one. That was not where I wanted to draw that trend line. Yeah, I'm cooking too hard on that. I'm going to delete that out. For some reason in my mind, I thought that would look... And I still do. Did I not draw it right? Yeah, all right. For some reason, without it being there, it seems like that trend line should look a lot more attractive. But now that I put it in there, it doesn't look that great. Made a quick $1,100 scalp on NQ. Woo! Nice job. But that's what I mean for anybody looking like, wait, $1,100. How long were you in the trade, Sanu? $1,100, and how long, like I said, how long was that trade? At what time did you make the 900? Back towards the opening, I'll just put it this way, the opening 90 minutes. $20 seconds. There we go. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Futures, right here. One of the arguments of why you should day trade in futures. As day traders, we want movement, right? We need volatility. And I'm telling you, futures move. And we just saw that right in there. 20 seconds, somebody made $1,100. With all that being said, you better be careful. That is why the argument is not Pam's. It's not just go do futures. No, because they move and they can crush you in a hurry if you're not careful. That's why it's Pam's plant. Use a prop firm. Do it through a prop firm because you get that added risk control. Specifically, you protect your own money because you have very little of your own money on the line. So yes, futures move, and we have an example of that. $1,100 in 20 seconds. But that can also go against you. So be smart. Clay, I stepped away but heard you ask my opinion of the private community. I love being in there. Good people since you select them, and the information is very helpful. Yes, I know, Mark. That is exactly why the argument is for Pam's plant. Do not go and just trade Pam's. I'm not saying that it would be efficient or wise to just go trade futures with your own money, especially as a beginner, because you can be like, well, I'm gonna put up $3,000 in my account because you can get good leverage. I'm telling you, $3,000, boop, could be gone very quickly. What is the strategy for the first minutes? Join the community, and you would know. Elsie, Faye. I guess what kind of answer would you like? Because I don't know how to answer. Like, what strategy? Like, that's such a what kind of answer would I give you that would be helpful? I'm out of curiosity Because I genuinely do not know how to answer that question. What's your strategy? I don't know. Like managing risk, making sure the risk is worth the reward, trying to find an edge. ORB 15 minute. Yeah, that's not really a strategy though. That's a principle to which you can build a strategy from, but I hate to break it to all of you orb traders that's not actually a strategy in the sense of trading takes a little bit more than that. You are a scalper. Sometimes I do scalpy scalps. Other time I sit there and let the thing work for me. Like CTR or trade the wicks. I mean, okay, this will not answer you, but this is my strategy. Let me find it. Did I do the wrong one? Okay, maybe it's on this one. I'm trying to find where. All right, here's my strategy right there. My strategy is this. I need to be able to answer yes to these questions. Is the risk logical and controlled when compared with the potential reward? That is my strategy. I've got to be able to answer yes to both of those questions. That is my strategy. All right. We're right at that trend line. I'm going to try a long down there. My stop is going to be right here. So kind of a catching, falling knife, kind of, sort of. But also I could see this just being, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, double bottom. If you want to count that as a bottom, then there's bottom one, there's bottom two. So I guess you could call it a triple bottom. Or if you just want to clump these together right here, there's bottom one. And will this be some sort of, so looking to see maybe some sort of double bottom bounce. What type of the morning do I start? Well, the live stream I start at 11 a.m. Eastern. Clay, I'm up 1496 and trying to be like you, but it's hard. Well, you're doing better than I am today, so don't be like me. Be like you. You're up more than I am. Because first 4 minutes look so crazy and chaotic. So better to trade after 5 minutes? I don't know. Some people say yes. Some people say no, that's the best time. Other people say 5 minutes. I don't trade for the first 30 minutes. Other people say 30 minutes. I don't touch that thing for the first hour. And nobody's wrong. That's why trading requires work. There is not a one-size-fits-all strategy. You got to put in blood, sweat, and tears. You got to figure stuff out. I can help you. That's the part of my mentorship that I offer. But yeah, and this is why I have quite the hard sales pitch. Like, I'm well aware from a business standpoint, the easier sales pitch is, hey, I have a system for you. Come follow my system. Well, no, because my system, even if it works for me, doesn't necessarily mean it will work for you, because there is no one-size-fits-all strategy, because we're all different creatures of risk tolerance, right? If somebody says to me, hey, Clay, how do I have fun? One person could define fun as going skydiving. Somebody else could define fun as reading a book. Are either of those people wrong? They're not. But because of their each personal risk tolerance, they're going to have a different definition of fun. So that is why you got to fine tune. You got to figure out what's going to be the best strategy for you. But that requires work. So wait, Clay, I signed up for your mentorship and I still got to do a bunch of work? Yeah, you do. You do. Again, I'm well aware that's not the easiest sales pitch. You know? It's much easier to sell a diet pill than to sell, well, you got to actually work hard and make an effort, you know? All right, looking to get long at that green line. If this is a big old dump, then I want no part of it. I'll be stopped out. But we'll see if it wants to bounce like it's done before. I am in. Couple profit or uh-oh. Okay, yep, out. Oh, yeah, cancel those out. Might have just taken down there and played him like a fiddle, but that is the trade-off. If you want to play the situations like I played them, you got to put your line in the sand somewhere. And sometimes your line in the sand might just be the very bottom, but that's the flip side of not waiting for any confirmation. Try to anticipate it, but it didn't quite work out. Might try again. Now that I'm getting more confirmation. So yes, in hindsight, seems a little bit more probable now that I'm at least seeing where the low wanted to go and getting a hammer. But sometimes you just nail the bottom and then it spikes in your favor and it can be very pretty, but it wasn't. Hey, Profit. A quick way to not get your questions answered is if you spam them over and over again. I'm trying to do a million things at once, so a little patience would be fantastic, Profit. But I don't know. I can't speak for all live streamers. Maybe I'm the only live streamer, and maybe this is but I start to become resistant when people can't be patient enough and they start spamming questions. Like, you ask that question 1, 2, 3, 4. There was only 4 messages, and then you asked it again. See ya, Clay made 2,400 payout today. Awesome, Oil Whiz. Congrats. See you back on Monday. Have a good one. Bought 2 more 25Ks using code Clay to help feed the kids, but I'd rather help feed them through Super Chat. Agreed, Nas. When did you get those? When did you get the 25Ks? A good argument for why confirmation is oftentimes the better way to go about it. I didn't think I needed that confirmation. I thought I could get a little fancy and just anticipate where it'd want to bounce from. But I didn't. Had I waited for confirmation, giving me where the low actually was, stop loss below there, and now it had a nice move right here. But all easy to say in hindsight, but the problem is sometimes if you wait for confirmation and those moves happen where they drop and then spike right back up, you just totally miss the trade. And I thought that I might be able to get one of those. So I tried to anticipate it. It just didn't work out. All right, so I think Profit's not even a real person. Profit seems to be a bot. Hey, Profit, type ABC. Else I'm just going to ban you because I think you might actually be a bot. So Profit, ABC. Please. A good little trick to discover who are bots and who are not. So either a bot. I'm trying to see where on your chart that it says you're short or long. Down here. If I'm short, there is going to be a negative number in front of that number. If I'm long, there will be no negative number. Okay, so Profit is just trolling now. Gotcha. Blue, pro account, bummer. And passed it. Well, good. At least you'll have the test ready to go. But that's also why I think it's a good way to go about it, to always be in the process of passing tests. So that when you do go through those never fun instances of blowing a pro, at least you know that you have, I always like to use the analogy of like a racehorses. Like your pro accounts are your racehorses. So you want to have a stall or a stable filled with racehorses. So even though you have racehorses, you should always be developing more racehorses. And when I say developing racehorses, I mean passing more test accounts. Because that's the cool thing about Take Profit Trader is they don't charge you any money to just have an account. Other prop firms, if you pass an account, well, just to have the account, they're still going to be charging you monthly fees. Not with Take Profit Trader. After you pass, you do not have to activate it right away. You can just let it sit there. And then, but as it sits there, there's no more fees. So that's why I like to always be working on passing more accounts because yes, blowing accounts is part of it. But when I blow an account, I want to know that I have, past tests ready and waiting. How much do you risk per position? 100%. The entire, do bust or die. I don't use stop losses, Profit. As the veterans of this live stream know, I don't use stop losses. I don't talk about risk management. I never talk about risk profiles or anything. I I just throw it out there. The stop loss is the account itself, Profit. If you're looking for somebody that manages risk or talks about risk management, I'm not your guy, Profit. Everybody in this chat, when I say risk or when I say stop loss, they say, what? What? I've never heard of that before. What happens when you blow a funded account with Apex? I don't know. I don't use Apex. A lot of people do though, so I'd assume you can purchase it back. Go through the test go through the test phase again. I do have a referral code for Apex, but that's only because a lot of trusted members in my private community use them. They've been paid by them. Apex, I think, has made the most payments, but I don't personally use them. I use Take Profit Trader. I think they're the best in the business. Clean set of rules, best payment policy. Profit, I trade in a prop firm. So if you were to do what I'm doing, you could go and get a 50K account. You could get yourself 50K in purchasing power for $102. So you're at your capital at risk. Your capital being used is $102. And then you pass the test. How do you pass? Well, you make 3,000, but don't lose 2,000. And then after you pass, you move into the pro account. And the pro account, when you start to make those juicy profits, you get to keep them. How many payouts you get from TP2? I don't know. I've lost count. But several, Mo. But I cannot give you an exact number, but several. Who said that? So how much capital do you trade with? So if you're going to do Pam's plant, which again, day trading futures through a prop firm, the capital you would need if you want 50K in purchasing power would be 102. And that would also be your risk. Because if you fail, if you blow the account, again, blowing the account means you lose 2,000. You don't lose 2,000 out of your pocket, but they do take the account away from you, which would mean you would be out $102. So I have a variety of accounts. So I have a 150 account. If that was you, then you would say, well, what capital are you trading with? AK, what capital is at risk? Well, in this situation, $216 would be the capital required to get involved with Pam's plant. Does TBD have minimum payout limit? No. Nope. Now you do want to make, I can't remember. I don't remember what it is, but they'll charge you like a $25 with, like if you're not at a minimum, you can still get it, but then there's like a fee associated with it. But then over a certain amount, there's no more fee. So I guess in that sense, there's kind of a minimum if you don't want to pay the fee. I know that you recommend them, but has Take Profit Trader been around for a while? Yes. They've been around for a long enough time where they have a track record. And but like I said, I got turned on to them because private community members who I trust, Hooch, I don't know if Hooch is still here, but he was in the chat earlier. He's like, hey man, Take Profit Trader. Go with them, start with them, tell other people about them. But yes, they are not new. It is below 250. Okay. Free over 250. There you go then. Are they based in the States? Matt, man, I got to be honest with you, Matt, man. At this point, I just need to say it to you. Dude, you need to either crap or get off the pot. Like, make the move, dude. What are you waiting for? I love having you here. I am shocked that you have not yet started Pam's plant. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? You seem very skeptical, so let's just ease all the skeptics. Let's just assume that Take Profit Trader is a scam and I am part of the scam. We are trying to scam you, okay? We're operating under that premise. So you go, and let's say you do the 50K. Okay, you are going to be scammed out of exactly $102. Now, I realize money does not grow on trees. I'm not trying to diminish the value of a dollar. But I will say this. If you getting scammed out of $102 is going to wreck your life, I think maybe you have some other things within your personal finances that you should probably focus on, okay? So at the end of the day, let's just assume it's all a scam. Let's just assume that everybody on social media that posts payouts from Take Profit, let's assume it's all a scam. You're going to get scammed out of $102, okay? Some of you are way too skeptical for the money on the line. Now, if that number was 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, I totally get the skepticism. I really do. But it's $102. It's $102. At some point, you got to just crap or get off the pot. And you've kind of entered in that phase, Matt, man. Now, if you're brand new and you have no idea, I'm not talking to you. Ask away. I'm happy to answer questions. But like Matt Man, and I think Matt Man knows it's true because he put LOL. He knows he's been here for a while. He's known he's asked many questions, so he knows he needs to. Okay. You made 5,000 today, Matt Man. Yeah, tell me about the trade. But fair warning, I'm going to rain all over your results. I'm going to make that $5,000 today look really silly. So if you're okay with that, tell me about that trade. But that is my fair warning. I'm going to make your $5,000 that you made today look really kind of silly, look really inefficient, look really, Because I will say this, Matt, man, you're clearly, you seem to be a good trader. If you made 5,000, well done. But under the premise that you're a good trader, like I said, I will make those numbers look really bad. So I don't want to rain on your parade, but that's just the way Pam's plant works. So that's why I'm just giving you the heads up warning. Tell me more about that trade, but it will come with me raining on your parade. But I would love to hear about the trade that got you $5,000 with equities. I already know where this is headed, but I can try to turn into a learning example if you're willing. But by the way, that makes it, so much. Okay, you shorted SRPT. Okay, well, how many shares? SRPT. How many shares did you short SRPT with? SRPT. Isn't this over $100? What did you say? SRPT. Okay, not. Okay. Yeah, how many shares? Man, so many buyers down around this area. Look at this. Isn't that crazy? Think about it. All these buyers bounce. And I freaking lost money. How do you lose money on a long? By buying down here. By doing what I did. Try to anticipating the break and then having it just boop, take you out. That's embarrassing. Like I've embarrassed my family. I'm probably the only person in the world that lost money on like going long down around here. Where wasn't my long like right there? I mean, I would not blame my kids if my 6 kids walked in right now, surrounded me, and also picture them surrounding me, and then just saying, "Father, we're gonna take you to the parent orphanage. We're dropping you off at the parent orphanage. We are ashamed of you. We disown you." I would be like, I get it. You're right. I mean, it was super tight, but that's the thing. That's the problem with hindsight. Let's say the price had just collapsed. And be honest, Dice, do you think you would have said it was super tight, or do you think you'd call that a good stop loss? Again, if in hindsight, when I got stopped out around here, the price just dumped. Like, crazy dump. Would you be sitting here saying, man, that was a tight stop loss? Or would you be like, hey, man, good stop? Be honest. I know what I would say. Never mind. I tried. Some people don't want to interact and don't want to answer questions. Come on, Dice. I bet I had higher hopes for you than that. A few more ticks for the stop loss would have been solid. Again, to you, Trading Ape, same question. Let's say the price, instead of coming down and bouncing back up, did this and just collapsed. Would you have said that? Or would you have said, hey, good stop? Don't get side. Rick, I'm teaching right now. I'm teaching right now about something called hindsight confirmation bias, Rick. Let me teach, Rick. Calm down. Scotty, would you please go back to trading stocks? No, what? Trading stocks? No, Scotty, stocks are pure and utter garbage. What, Scotty, what is your next suggestion? Are you going to tell me to go number 2 and then go start playing in it? Is that your next suggestion, Scotty? What is going on? Okay, Dice, you don't want to. My question was this, Dice. Final time, because I'm trying to prove a point about hindsight confirmation bias. Same with Ape. My stop was, I don't know. I can't remember where it was. My stop was right here somewhere. For example, whoops. Again, there is a learning lesson here. That's why I'm harping on it. My stop is right there, and the price just dumped. Would either of you have commented and said your stop was too tight? Or would you have said, man, good stop? I think you'd have said, hey, good stop. Why? Well, because you have hindsight confirmation bias. You know what happens. So you're like, man, that was a really good stop. But that's not what happened, right? It bounced. So if Serge said, oh, man, you should have given your stop more room. Oh, it was too tight. Well, yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. But the problem is, at that time, you don't know, is this coming? Or is that coming? So my point here, the educational lesson I'm trying to convey is be very careful as a trader how you judge your trade. Because it's very easy to nitpick it once you know what's already happened. And if you nitpick it too much and then add a rule, pretty soon you're going to have 8,000 rules as part of your strategy and you're never going to be able to trade because your rules are never met. Yeah. Scotty, can I please go back to Scotty might as well just say, hey, can you go find a pig pen and jump in the pig pen? Let me be very clear. I'm only talking about stocks in the category of day trading. In the category of investing, I love stocks. I invest in stocks, okay? If you want to swing trade stocks, fantastic. So I'm only in the category. But man, Scotty, that's pretty crazy. Just finished checking out your first live stream. I love the shock of people showing up when you were live. Yeah, I did not expect people to show up. Okay, we got to go back to doing some illustrating here. $4,000 shares? Oh, boy. And you held overnight. Okay, so you were just taking on crazy amounts of risk. You are going about it very inefficiently. If you had 4,400 shares that you were willing to hold overnight, good grief. If that thing would have gapped against you, you would have been crushed. That's not okay, but 4,400 shares, and what did we say? Is this trading at, wasn't it 15 bucks? Let's pull it up real quick. So I don't know, yeah. Well, let's call it, you were up somewhere like $20 you got in? I don't know. So 4,400 shares times 20, you needed $88,000. But clearly, I'm using leverage. That's fine, but using leverage puts your core principal that much at risk. So you needed $88,000 to make $5,000. Okay, so now let's think about this, Matt. You clearly have plenty of money. Congrats to you. That's awesome. Or you could have done this, and not to mention you needed a huge move, right? You needed a huge move in order to make that $5,000 with $88,000 of your capital needed. Okay. So now let's do a little math here. So once again, you needed a big move, but let's just look at the futures and how futures move. And you clearly like volatility. So let's hop over to the NQ. So this distance, so from here to here, hopefully you'd agree is not some sort of massive move like you just took advantage of. Okay. You had 1,100 shares. That's not changing the equation. I mean, it's okay. 1,100 shares at what price? 22 times 22. Okay, so you needed $24,000 to participate. You needed $24,000 to make $5,000 with quite a bit of risk. And you needed a big move. But here, let's look at futures. From this distance, from here up to here, not a big move. I mean, that's not, hopefully we can all agree, not a big move. But in futures, that is 23,200 up to 23,220. So in futures, that is a move of 20 points. So the key thing here is that let's just say you're doing NQ, one NQ, and then per point is $20. Okay? So that movement right there on one contract, so 20 points, and we know that each point is worth $20. That's $400 right there. A very minimal move, $400 per contract. But now we still have to cross the bridge. Well, how much money would it take for you to get involved, right? For your trade, you needed $24,000. But let's look at Pam's plant. So we've talked about futures here. That little distance was worth $400 per contract. Remember that number, $400 per contract. Okay. But you clearly have a lot of money. If you can throw $24,000 into a stock, then this is something that you could do. So with Pam's plant, you could come here and you could get 5 accounts, because that's the cool thing about prop firms. You can do multiple accounts and then you can copy trade. So how much would 5 accounts cost you? Well, let's do this math here. So for a 150K account, you could get, it's 216. And well, you want 5, so we got to multiply that by 5. So now you would need $1,080. Now keep in mind, you just used $24,000 to make that $5,000. So, but in this situation, you would need let's just call it $1,100. You need $1,100. Okay. But the other cool thing about prop firms is this: you can copy trade. So let's say, and let's go back, and the other final thing, and let's just say now with the 150K, you could get up to 15 contracts. Now remember, that one contract that I showed you, minimal move, that one contract was worth 400. You could actually get up to 15 of those contracts, but let's not do that. Let's just say, let's say you do 5 contracts, okay? 5 contracts per account. So let's do some math here. So if you had 5 of those so one contract is worth 400, but if you had 5, then that's times 5, that's $2,000. But if you copy traded, well then that's only per account. So now we got to multiply that by what? Well, we got to multiply that by 5. So right here, Pam's plant made literally 100% more money that you made and only needed $1,080. Think about all the risk you took on. You had $24,000 at risk. In this situation, no, not necessarily, because that would imply that the price skyrocketed against you. But you definitely had on way more than $1,000 of risk when you're trading that sort of stock, not to mention holding overnight. Like you had totally way more than $1,100. Again, where does $1,100 come from? Well, if we had $216 per account, but you did 5 accounts, that was your literally total risk. So worst case scenario, you lose all accounts. All right, you're out $1,000 or $1,100. But a really bad scenario for you with 1,100 shares on that could be easily multiple thousands of dollars. But yet here, with $1,000, $1,100 essentially at risk, and again, you could have gone up to 15 contracts. This whole calculation was done with 5 contracts. In fact, let's just do this. Let's have fun. Let's say you did 10 contracts. So if it's per contract is 400, then we got to multiply that by 5 accounts. There's $20,000. Again, that's only at 10. You could have gone up to 15. So with all due respect, that's what I mean. You were being very inefficient. It required $24,000 to make $5,000. Or it could have been $1,000 to make double the money, $10,000, if not more. So hopefully that makes sense on why, small caps, day trading stocks, it just doesn't make any mathematical sense, especially if you are a good trader. Like you seem to be a good trader if you're making those sorts of trades. So good job. I'm just trying to point out why it is inefficient. So Matt, man, I go back to my point. Crapper, get off the pot. Because in all actuality, you took on way too much risk. You needed a huge move, right? You needed actually a really big move in order for that to happen. Okay, take in point. I didn't even use a big move. I used from here up to here, 20 points. I mean, and sometimes, imagine if you got like that sort of move here on futures. I mean, that's a great move, don't get me wrong, but that's still not anything massive. But that would have been, those numbers would have been even bigger in your favor. So there we go. That's why I said I always like to warn people. I'm about to rain on your parade. I'm about to look at. But there you go. There is the power of Pam's plant. Take note, all based in math. Not a shred of that was some sort of emotional argument. It was all, let's just look at the math. Let's look at the numbers. And I erred on the side of caution because I didn't even do a big move in futures. I did a very modest 20 points. So there. So, Ro, you're like, get back to trading. Look, nothing has happened. It's just chopping right here sideways. So for all those of you that are like, trade, just calm down. Calm down. Can't imagine a 60-point move in NQ. That would be great. But the beautiful thing here also, which I know you know, SM, is it's not like you don't even need 60 points. Even 10 points adds up crazy fast, especially if you're copy trading. Pam's plan is about better efficiency, less risk. Not exact. Yeah, well said. Well said. Now, I'd like to potentially buy this breakout here, but there's a problem. There is a problem. We just can't see it right now if you're not using multiple time frames. But if you're using the 5-minute time frame, the problem is this right here. If you buy the breakout, you're basically buying right into a downsloping 50-period moving average, which, not to mention, has a track record of acting as resistance. Now, that doesn't mean that this will for sure guaranteed act as resistance. It just means from like an edge probability standpoint, I'm not quite sure I want to be going long right into what could very realistically be an area of resistance. Does that make sense? Because this is important. Give me a 5 if that makes sense. About how in the 2-minute, wow, that looks like a good breakout. But when you factor in the 5-minute, does everybody see how multiple time frame analysis can be helpful? Seriously though, give me a 5. This is an important thing to just realize about why multiple time frame analysis is so important. Give me a 5. Does that explanation make sense? Are you seeing what I'm trying to explain here? Okay, good. Good. Fantastic. So yes, that is why that does look like a nice clean area on the 2-minute, but I just can't do it because of the 5-minute. At this point, it's not even a debate. If you can't see the Pam's plan, it's the best way to go. Day trading. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Zach. A little bit maybe meaner than I say it, but nonetheless. So do you ever hold overnight? No, you're not allowed to hold overnight. That's why Pam's plan is in the category of day trading. So holding overnight makes things swing trading all of a sudden. So no, Pam's plan is specifically for those wanting to day trade. And Matt, man, you're borderline crazy for going short and holding stocks like that overnight, especially on the short side. So I can tell you got a little bit of gambler in you. So if you got a little bit of gambler in you, I'm telling you, you're going to look at futures and you're going to start to see it and be like, oh yeah, I'm never going back to stocks. See what I mean? Look, it broke. I hope nobody is shocked by that action. Because let's now look at the 5-minute. Did it hit it exactly? It didn't. But it basically go up there and kiss it pretty much. So there better not be a single. If anything, I should have been shorting, but I'm kind of engaged in the conversation. But you are banned. I will ban you. If you're like, whoa, where did that fake breakout come from? You should not be shocked. Again, I'm not saying it can't break out, but that movement right there should not be shocking to anybody based on what we just talked about. Man, I wish someone yelled at me before. I wish more people were like that, Zach. Where like somebody raises their voice, they're like, whoa. You're like, hey, thanks for having a little passion. Hey, Desert Rider, good to see you. But what if it breaks through the resistance line? Well, then what do you mean, what if? Then you're gonna have. Well, I mean, Sly Lou, Cambridge educated. If you're going to play the what if game, you'll never make a trade. In fact, you'll probably never leave your house because what if you leave your house and get hit by a bus? But what if you decide to stay at home, but what if a plane drops out of the sky and lands on your head? Well, yeah, I mean, what if it breaks out? That's why risk management. I mean, you manage the risk. But don't play the what if game as a trader unless you never ever want to make a trade. Because yes, what if, and then you can insert in blank, that will make your trade plan look stupid. Come on, Cambridge educated. Come on now. Is this a margin account? No, it's a prop firm account. Al Floro, you were here yesterday. I think I answered you questions yesterday about the prop firm account, didn't I? What do you later do? What do you consider good liquidity in the books for NQ? I'm using quant. I don't. I've never really thought about it. Later do, just because for me, I'm just a little peasant, and I'm not like looking to sling around 50 NQ contracts at a time. So for the type of contracts I'm slinging around, which is what I think about 97% of traders are slinging around, there's going to be enough liquidity. Futures market is a very, very, very liquid market. Again, if you're looking to do 500 NQ contracts, that's a whole nother conversation. But that's not a thought I've ever entertained because, like I said, I'm just a little peasant. I'm not looking to go 500 NQ contracts. So a fair question, but because of those reasonings, I guess that's my long way of saying I don't really have a good answer for you. Well, Matt, man, I don't know what's holding you up from taking of that $5,000 and spending $90 to give it a try. Like $90. You could get, and remember those contracts I was telling you that were $400 per contract right here. You could still get up to 3 of those. I mean, it's 90, dude. You just made $5,000. I think it's worth a try for $90. See if you like it or not. Can I tell you what the purple line is again? Yes, for a $5 super chat, Trader Don. For a $5 super chat, I'd be happy to tell that for you. The 50 period simple moving average. The 50 period simple moving average is the purple line. We are right at the 50 period on the 5 minute. So right now, just basically a question of can it push through? Can it get up through there? Hey, it just caught my eye, but the metric that I like to use, we should be able to hit it. But I like to be at 200 likes by the 3 hour mark, and then I'll go beyond 3 hours. So we're only 14 likes away. So if you're here, you're enjoying, you want the party to continue, then I do use likes as a measurement of interest. So if you are interested in the party continuing, then hit that like button. We need to get up over 200 likes in the next 14 minutes, which shouldn't be an issue because it's been a while since I've made that request and reminder. But as always, the like button, not a vanity metric, but it is a data point metric for me. I want to make sure people are interested. So if you're enjoying and you want the party to go beyond the 3 hour mark, again, just hit that like button. Let's get this up over 200 likes. All right, so in fact, it's probably better to let's just continue to watch this on the 5 minute, and we'll see what it wants to do. Target moved at 238. Am I too greedy? Well, Zach, that is a question for you and your inner voices. Are you too greedy? Hey, there we go, up over 200. Good job. But yeah, still keeping that like button. Our next goal will be to get up to 225 likes. Did you get the 200th, Zach? Thank you. Hey, Matt, man. See, all right. I want to just a quick little recap, and I'm going to say this: be a Matt man. I pushed back pretty hard on Matt man today. Said, hey man, either crap or get off the pot. I kind of gave him some numbers that made his 5K maybe not look as great, but here he is, just giving me a super chat, not running off, being all offended. Not you're mean. Why you so defensive? Hey, calm down. Hey, what's your problem? He's taking all this as is intended. We are all trying to give him feedback. Yes, I know I say things with some passion in my voice, but he's taking it as intended. So much so that he just gave me a super chat. I've been yelling at the guy, telling him, man, crap or get off the pot. What are you doing? But he's taking it as intended. So be a Matt man. Don't be one of these people that gets so easily offended. Oh, I'm taking my ball. Oh, you're a jerk. Oh, you're not patting me on my head, telling me everything. Be a Matt man. Maybe don't be a Matt man in the sense of being as hesitant as he is, but be a Matt man in the sense of taking something that's trying to give you constructive criticism with maybe a little animation behind it as it's intended. So thank you, Matt man. That is a great example, and right there is what I mean. That is why I did not want to buy that level. Because the 50 period has shown up and boom, down it goes. And you all know that this is no hindsight armchair quarterbacking on my part. I called all this out as to why I was personally not interested in going long. Most jerks are successful. But I don't think I'm being a jerk. Like if me just giving somebody the truth with some passion is a jerk, then I guess I'm a jerk. But that's not how I define a jerk. Am I animated? Yes. What am I animated with? Well, with facts. And my facts are the numbers. That's why I sit here and say, it's just like, here's the math. Like, this is just how math works. But yes, if somebody being animated about presenting mathematical facts is a jerk, if that's how you define it, then I'm a jerk. I'm a jerk face. I'm a jerk wad. $5K, yeah, I'll be a Matt man. I don't know if that makes any, that doesn't make any sense, L. Floro. Like, I literally just showed how he was taking on way more risk to make less money and needed a huge move day trading stocks where he could have taken on way less risk for way less money required and not even needed that big of a move to make double the amount that he made. Maybe you just showed up and missed that whole math that we went through, but yeah. You weren't poo-pooing Matt's 5K. You were showing how he could use less of his own funds to... Yeah, that's true, Jeff. That is true. But it does come across as kind of that because that's just the way the math works. This is a great group, by the way. I've thoroughly enjoyed the live stream. I mean, we're at 215 likes. We're up over 260 viewers. We haven't had any trolls. This is a good one. Do you think Nvidia will climb back up before the close? Well, let's take a close look at Nvidia. Now, I have a sneaky suspicion. Are you holding and hoping right now? Did you not climb back up before the close? What are you talking about? Nvidia? Isn't it already climbing back up? I mean, if it was right here at 11 and it's right here. I mean, it's trending. It's trending. If it doesn't hold that trend line right there, then I'd be a little scared. That's a trend line where as long as it holds that, then yeah, I'd feel positive that it's still trending upwards and can maybe make a push. Yeah, you are a troll, Travis. That is true. Can you show the countdown for each candle? Yes, I don't know how though. Does anybody know how to do that? Show the countdown timer on Tradeovate? If so, if you wouldn't mind sharing, that would be appreciated. We trade in a very similar fashion. It uses 1 minute, 5 minute, when you confirm. But yeah, I'm going to sign up and commit a couple of weeks. Again, Matt, you already know how to trade futures because you already use charts. So that's 97% of futures. So Matt, let me just make sure you do understand. So if you use, and then I'm talking to anybody here, if you're hesitant of making the move to day trading futures because you're like, I don't know if I have time to learn how to trade futures, or where do I learn how to trade futures? My question is, do you already use charts with whatever you trade? If you're saying yes, then good. You're 97% of the way there. Here's the final 3%. So I'm going to quiz Matt and everybody else. Here's the final 3% of understanding how to trade futures. So from this point to this point is a distance of 10. Okay, 10 what? Called 10 points. So 10 points. And let's just say this is the NQ. On the NQ, 1 point equals $20. So that's always the key question to ask with whatever futures contracts you're trading. Just ask, how much is 1 point worth? So in this situation, and this is per contract. So here's the math. A trader comes up and says, man, I had one NQ contract and I just made 10 points. How many dollars and cents did that person make? Again, if 1 point is worth $20 and then a trader tells you that they just made 10 points on one contract, how much did they make? So again, that question is for Matt and anybody else that is maybe intimidated by futures or think they have a lot to learn in regards to futures. I'm teaching the final 3%. So what is the math? All right. Anybody else? Again, a trader says, I just made 10 points and I had one NQ contract. What is the math? How much dollars and cents did they make? Really, Matt's the only person here that needs a... Okay, DP... Yeah, good. $200. Exactly. Good. Okay. Now you're 99% of the way there. Final 1%. Let me just change the scenario a little bit more. Again, this is per contract. But let's say this trader says, man, I had a great scalp. I had 5 NQ contracts and I made 10 points. How much did that person make in dollars and cents? Again, now they had 5 NQ contracts and they made 10 points. How much did that person make? This is the final. If you get this, you fully understand. Again. Man, I had 5 contracts and I made 10 points on NQ. How much did that trader make? Boom. There you go. Matt and everybody else, assuming you already use charts, you now know how to trade futures, because that's the only difference. Is the point system is a little bit different, but it's not hard. Just know to answer the question, how much is 1 point worth? And then you can do the math from there. There you go. There you go. You got everybody now knows how to trade futures. Again, assuming you already use charts. That's fuzzy math? What do you mean fuzzy math? Futures make it way easier to calculate everything. Because like if you know that you're risking, 10 points on one contract, then all right, I know I got a $200 risk here. It's so easy. Like, all right, I just want to risk 10 points on one contract because boom, I know right there, $200 risk. All right, I am interested in a potential long up here, mainly because when we look at the 5-minute, you can see that we breaking right here means we've already cleared through the purple line. So potentially a long-sided trade plan taking shape here, but we'll see. 2 contracts is the sweet spot. Yeah, everybody's kind of got their different sweet spots. I think Mr. Jacked is a little. I think he thinks that he's watching this real time, but I think he's like on a 5-minute delay right now. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. I think I got to try this long here. If it wants to come back up, I like that. Going to try a long on that green line if it wants to come back up. Pretty big stop. About $100, a little over $100 risk here. Rhythmic is the new broker. Well, I use Tradeovate. When Tradeovate, I can't remember the. Is it Rhythmic? I don't remember. Let me check real quick. Oh no, Rhythmic is this CQG data. That's the feed that I'm using with Tradeovate. All right, still not filled. And I'm going to cancel that out now. So how many contracts does it take to make $10,000? Well, I mean, just do the math, Mr. Jacked. Can somebody do the math? I'm not going to do that right now. Mr. Jacked, I mean, there's several variables. Well, how many? It'll depend on how many contracts you have. The more contracts you have, the less points you need. But I'm a little leery. Well, yeah, he hasn't given up enough information. I'm a little worried, though, that he's like, how much to make 10,000? How about you just show up right now and the first goal should be like, let's just not blow my account. Let's see if I can manage risk. Before you worry about making $10,000. Calm down. Calm down, Mr. Jack Swolman. I think those steroids are getting to your head. Are you on roids? Are you doing a little TRT? I think the steroids are getting to your head, Mr. Jack Swolson. You eating a chicken breast right now and broccoli? Drinking that creatine shake? Injecting some TRT into your left butt cheek? Is that what you're doing right now? Huh? What is all this $10,000 talk? And you can't do math? Calm down. I don't even know if... I think it's provable that ladies don't even really like muscles that much. Dudes like other dudes' muscles. Calm down, Mr. Jack Swollison. Calm down. I think steroids cause some shrinkage in certain areas, if you know what I mean. Calm down. So I've officially scared off all the bodybuilding community. I'm watching the current viewers. I'm waiting for the viewers to drop, and that will be all the bodybuilders that I just insulted. Yeah, that's true. Don't forget leg day either. I have lost 3 TPK 50K pros, been in profit, but get anxiety and lose. Been trading for 5 months. I mean, how much money are you down? Like, That's like, just keep at it. Keep at it. And if you're getting okay, well then you got to go to micros then. There it is. I thought you said micro. If you're getting anxiety, your position size is too big. So time to hop to micros. I know the ego. Well, I don't like to say I trade micros because when I say I trade minis, that's what ballers do. No, ballers do what needs to be done to not have anxiety. So go to micros. That's what I would say. Micros, because if you're getting anxiety, that means your position size is too big. And by the way, yes, yeah, I'm ripping on the chicken breast and the broccoli. I like to work out. You know, I have my meathead moments, so I'm saying that partially. You know, I'm just giving you a hard time, so don't get too offended. Our micro is just $5 per tick. It depends on which one. The MNQ is $2. Or I'm sorry, not per point. Per point. MNQ, just do things in points. It's way easier. One point and MNQ is $2. So it's big brother. The NQ moves 10 times as fast, right? Because 1 point is $20. I think that trend line might be cooking. I think that is a good trend line. Yeah, Marshall, that's awesome. Yeah, $300 a day adds up. I mean, that's $1,500 a week. That's $3,000 every 2 weeks. That's $6,000 a month. That's $72,000 a year. Let's go. And I'm assuming this is just like I'm assuming this is like a side hustle or something for you, Marshall. Not too bad, side hustle cash. Not too bad. Hey, it's driving me nuts. Can we just get this up to at least 225 likes? Do we have at least 4 likes out there? I know I will not be getting any likes from the bodybuilding community for the foreseeable future. Poor Swolson. He just disappeared. Oh, no, there he's still. He's still up there. Good. Single account currently. Want to scale to 5 accounts on that. That'll be my main hustle. Awesome, Marshall. Well, main hustle is fine as long as you have other hustles. Hey, 200. This is a great group. I think we could be a record-setting group. I think the record is 313 likes. So we're within range. We're at the 3-hour mark. So we're definitely going to go to 4 hours because you guys have been a fantastic group. So we're definitely going to 4 hours. So I think we might have a chance to set a new record. I don't know. We'll see. Can you sign up? Yes, you can sign up with a credit card, Don. Yep. Take Profit Trader. That is how I bought my accounts. I am 1,500 away from passing my TPT. Awesome, Trader Cat. Keep it up. I'm not going to take this short on this one. But if it wants to bounce, consolidate a little bit more, and then break, I'm taking it. But not on this. I'm not going to. If I get left in its dust, so be it. So be it, Billy. And thank you again, Trader Cat, for using code Clay. My kids will eat. I mentioned this earlier, but if you use code Clay, proceeds go to feed hungry children. Again, if you use code Clay, proceeds go to you to feed hungry children. These children just happen to be mine. Okay? I got 6 of them, though. Cut me some slack. And I don't know. Honestly, like, parents, because my oldest of the 6, my oldest is 13. And then I see how, like, my 9-year-old son eats. As a parent with, like, even just, like, a few kids, how do you feed them? How do you not go bankrupt? I am headed towards bankruptcy. I guess not. Okay. I don't know what the relation. I don't think there's a relation. So my brother-in-law, his brother. So my brother-in-law, who's married to my sister, his brother and his wife have 5 boys. 5 boys. I have at least 4 girls and 2 boys. But even the girls right now, like my oldest Joy at 13, she's like, "Can I have some more?" I'm like, "What do you mean you want some? What?" So to you parents, I need wisdom that are a little bit ahead of me in the parenting journey. Like, how are you not bankrupt with the food budget? I need parental wisdom here. Again, I can't take it short. Come on, don't leave me in its dust. If it does, If it dies, it dies. Somebody named that movie. Pancakes. So many pancakes. Food stamps. How do you feed them? Use code Clay. Feed my kids. Feed my kids. Or else it is going to be branches and pancakes. Remember several years ago when you trade BA. You are old. You are old, humble futures trader. If you remember one of the days when I was dating BA, you are old. What was that, like 5-6 years ago? When I used to pretty much trade BA. Wow. That's funny. The good old BA days. Man, Boeing used to move so good. Ramen noodles from Dollar Tree. I hear you. I hear you. It's crazy. And this, the voicer just go short. Even though it's not quite, but again, this could cost me. I'm not listening. But the reason why I'm getting a little bit more aggressive is I got plenty on this account. I'm plenty in the green, so even if it doesn't work out, I'll be okay. But this is technically not exactly what I wanted or should be doing. Yeah, this don't do it. Don't do it. All right, let's go to 3. 3. And I'll do it. Are you in pro? This is a test right now. Yep, trying to always pass the test. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I want to see one more sign of strength, have it come back up here, and then when it drops, I'll take that as my final bit of confirmation that it does want to be weak. So that's what I'll look for here. Excuse the spelling. Fortunately, I have one son and he is a successful institutional trader, so he needs to support me. Well, good job. Just put fruits and veggies in the fridge. Yeah, we do have a lot of veggies. And with Iowa, with our homestead we're building, we're gonna have a nice big garden. Which, by the way, how do I get this on my computer? Our pole barn is an action. Oh, sweet. I just got another. Okay, let's see. I don't know how well this is going to work, but my wife actually just sent me a picture of. Oh, man, nice. So we're starting with the pole barn first. So there's the pole barn on the homestead in Iowa. So that is, I'm just a simple man. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Lamborghinis or yachts or anything like that. For me, I just want some acreage. I want some chickens. I want a nice garden. Got to teach those kids a work ethic. Get out there. You got chickens to feed, boy. Get out there, girl. That stuff's not going to pick itself. Was anybody here raised on a farm by chance? If so, my thesis is if you grow up on a farm, you have a work ethic. You're strong. You're resilient. You know how to deal with adversity. I mean, I guess it's hard to know, Curtis and David, but that's my thesis at least. Or even grew up working on a farm. I think a great place to raise kids is a farm or a homestead. So it's not like we're going to have a farm. Well, I say that now. Never say never. If you would have asked me 10 years ago, hey, Clay, do you think you're going to have acreage in Iowa that you're going to build a homestead on? I'd be like, are you smoking crack right now? What? But again, everybody's got their different things, and that's totally fine. In my case, it's probably pretty funny because I get it to like the sports car, exotic car, fancy mansions, Rolex watches. To that crowd, I probably look like I'm like, what a weirdo, and that's cool. Like, but that just shows everybody's got their own thing. But that's what true peace and wealth feels like to me. The homestead life, quiet. Just ride around my tractor. So that's my thesis. If you grow up on a farm, you're a quality individual. Now, let me be very clear. That does not mean that if you did not grow up on a farm, you are a scumbag. That's not what I'm saying. It just seems like there's a lot of good qualities about growing up, having to do hard work, having chores, having to, get some blisters on your hands, having some, getting a little scars here and there. So Zach Wilson, yes, you are. Okay, Zach Wilson says if you did not grow up on a farm, you are a scumbag. That's Zach Wilson, though. That's not what I said. That is not my claim. Why would you be pushing towards bankruptcy? Why don't they say we will pull you back to solvency? Slylu, I'm not sure what that is in reference to. Why would you be pushing towards bankruptcy? Don't say that we will pull you back. Don't say, oh, I'm sorry. Don't say that. We will pull you back to solvency. Well, thank you, Slylu. I was missing, I'm not trying to nitpick, but if there would have been a comma, don't say that, comma, we will pull you back to solvency. But I appreciate that. That was actually, I was very confused. Isn't that amazing? Just what one missing comma can do, you know? Friend from 400 acres. Awesome, MJ. Where at? What state? Still have a farm, 40 acres with 15 head of cattle, 15 goats, and 50 or so chickens. That's awesome. Farming is keeping stuff alive until you're ready. That's awesome. Just got here. Thoughts on PLTR and SOR today? Hold. Dream Angel Gardens. My thought would be to get your money out of the market. You have more learning to do. You are way too new. Now, how do I know that you are way too new? Because you just asked a very dangerous question. How is that a dangerous question? You did not provide any context. You were just asking me my thoughts on PLTR and SOFI. How is that dangerous? Well, let's say that you're asking from like a day trading standpoint, but I just assume you're asking from an investment standpoint. So I give you my thoughts from an investment standpoint. That information is very irrelevant and dangerous for you if you were asking about it from a day trading standpoint, or vice versa. Let's say you're asking about those from an investment standpoint. And then I assume, because you didn't specify, that you're asking from a day trading standpoint. And then I give you my thoughts from a day trading standpoint. That's very worthless and very risky if you were asking from an investment standpoint. So the mere fact that you did not know to specify and provide context to which you were asking about tells me you're new. And that's totally fine. We all start off as new people. There's no shame in that. So my thoughts are, get your money out of the market. You have more learning to do. Now, had you showed up and said, hey, Clay, PLTR, SOFI, I'd like to use the 2-minute and the 5-minute. What are your thoughts moving forward? I'm like, okay, now this person clearly is a day trader. They provide a lot of context. But you didn't. Again, in Georgia, very cool. I appreciate your honesty. Dream Angels Garden. Yes, I'm very new. I appreciate your honesty. So yes, that is my thoughts. Get your money out of the markets for now. You have more learning to do with something that's very new. Because that was, in all, for the reasons explained, a very dangerous question on your part. The first thing I would buy is protein powder after making the 10K. I like you, Mr. Jacked. I don't know if you're in bodybuilding or not, but you got a good sense of humor. Well played, sir. That's good stuff. Well played. Georgia was where the... Cool. Centipedes, broken mower box blades, clearing deadfall, trespassing ding-dong neighbors that ton out of season, incompetent small-town contractors. There we go, Green Beetle. Welcome to How to Deal with Adversity. Four-wheeler broke down again, adding salt to the well water filled well house repairs. Country assessor's nephew drive drunk through your fence. All right, see, in other words, Green Beetle knows how to handle adversity. That's what I'm extrapolating from his comments. Building a little bear. I mean, bigger picture wise, we got a bear pennant. Right, so we have this across the top. We have this tread line. We have that move down right there. So, you could argue a bear pennant from more of a bigger picture, but, that viewpoint might not make a whole lot of sense to anybody, but that's one way you could look at it. I've been trying to day trade at the 5-minute, but I lost some on small stocks, so I'm thinking of trying to hold bigger. Well, I would argue you're probably, Dream Angel Garden, I would encourage you to look at futures through a prop firm, because unless you have $25,000, you can't be a day trader of stocks, right? Because day trader of stocks, or really a day trader, I define as somebody that can day trade as much as they want. They have unlimited day trades. And in the world of stocks and options, you don't, unless you have $25,000 because of that pattern day trading rule. So if you want to be a day trader being defined as having unlimited day trades every day, then futures would be a great market for that, because there is no pattern day trading rule in futures. But make sure you don't do futures alone. Do futures through a prop firm, because futures can move, and they can move very, very quickly, both in the prop firm, which is what we talk about here, Pam's Plant, day trading futures right here. This is the argument for why futures are great. Again, in the category of day trading, but do it through a prop firm for these reasons right there. So that is what I would say makes a whole lot of sense, especially as something that's very new, because futures move very quickly. So you don't want to get yourself roasted right away. But yeah, I would just so I don't know how much money you have, but if you don't have $25,000, and again, like I said, definitionally speaking, you can't be a day trader, because I define day trader as somebody that can, well, day trade as much as they want every day. Hey, Clay, what has been your biggest profit in one day? I don't remember. It was on LinkedIn IPO, though, and I think that was also my biggest loss on the day, too. LinkedIn is no longer a thing because Microsoft bought them, but if you can somehow find the chart for LNKD, I think that was LinkedIn, and find their IPO day, you will see a very volatile situation. No PDT rule for stocks in a cash account. Yeah, but you still have to cash settlement rules, so you can still run out of cash. So that is a way to give yourself a little bit more flexibility, is the cash account, but then you still have cash settlement rules. Yeah, so Dream Angel, I would say check out the link that's at the top of the screen, and that will take you to the prop firm that I'm using, that I'm doing, explains how it works and all that. But your risk is way, way, way more minimal, because you're going to have very little of your money at risk in the first place with the prop firm, because your only risk is just simply the cost of the account. But thank you for being open to the feedback. I appreciate that, Dream Angel's Garden. Sometimes when people ask the question, I say, I can tell you're new. Some people get very offended. Wait, what? No. And it's just like, it's okay to be new. It's okay. But that's the quickest way to tell somebody that you're new. What are your thoughts on? And you provide zero context. All right. Oh, ooh. Just notice this. I'm going to do that. Yeah. If it wants to come back down. Main reason is on the 5-minute here, we are right at the 50. So does the 50, again, the 50-period move, simple moving average purple line, does it create another rejection? Right here, it rejected. Okay, I'm in. Stop is up above those highs. So let's see if it wants to come back down. If it wants to keep on moving, well then, no soup for me. But I am now short. Uh-oh. Not feeling so good about this one. And I am out. All right. Making a trading strategy plan. Did you do back test? I do not believe in back testing. I know that's a crazy statement, but I think back testing is not totally worthless, but I think it's quite a bit more deceitful than what people think. How so? Well, if you do a back test and that back test is based on, let's just say, 1,000 trades, then the numbers that you see, okay, it's this win rate, it's this, and this. All of that is based on a sample size of 1,000 trades, meaning whenever that situation happened, the trade was taken. Now, if you as a trader are not going to take every single trade, every single time it happens, you now have apples and oranges comparison. Because again, the numbers you're looking at is taking that situation, not sometimes, it's not like I missed it, or I was a little too nervous. No, it's just going to take it. So the minute that you do not take every single trade is the minute the data is now apples and oranges, and you're looking at two sets of data. Now, if you're back testing it and then you plan on using like an algorithm that you wrote, or some sort of script that you wrote that's going to be able to take it every single time, then okay, at least you're keeping it apples and apples. But if you are back testing something and then you as a human are going to go and do it, again, you're going to start to get apples to oranges data, because that data that you're looking at is based off of 1,000 trades, and then every single time it happens over the 1,000 times. But the minute you see the setup and then you hesitate and you don't get it, remember, that back test did take it, and that trade is factoring into the data that you're looking at. So hopefully that makes sense, DK. So again, I'm not saying back testing is absolutely, utterly worthless. I am saying just be careful with it. LinkedIn IPO, May 11. Really? It IPO'd in 2011? Holy smokes. It was that long ago? $83 per share, up 84% OPI. The stock rose above 90 and intraday high of 10. Yeah, exactly. Intraday high. Thank you for the reminder. Yep. Intraday high of 122. Closing price. Yeah, it was all over. You literally just did the same thing with your stop. Yeah, because I don't want to risk 20 points, Dice. Again, on those movements where I'm taking this small little loss and you're getting stopped out for 20 points, I could show up to you, Dice, and be like, dude, what are you doing? Why do you have such a wide stop? Or again, I take a small controlled stop and then you sit there and take another 20 point. I'd be like, dude, you literally just did it again. You just lost 20 points again when you didn't need to. Goodness, Dice is starting, I don't know. Dice is starting to become too much. I might have to, yeah. We're going to go to 30-minute timeout. A little too much hindsight confirmation bias here. There we go. Again, you're right, Dice, now that we have hindsight in our favor. But had that rolled over, then I'd be looking at a very nice reward relative to what was ever being risked. But again, Dice said, I just used 20 points. Okay, fine, use 20 points. But there's going to be plenty of situations where I can sit there with my small little tight stop and then look at you like, dude, why did you choose to lose 20 points? I only lost 3. Now, to be fair to him, he is giving himself more wiggle room. That's fine. So he'll be able to survive certain things. But the inverse is also true. On those trades where I take a very, very tiny loss, he's losing 20 points. But it's a cheap shot. It's Bush League for me to show up in hindsight and be like, dude, why didn't you just take a small loss? Why did you take a 20-point loss? Because to be fair to him, well, I didn't know that it was going to move 20 points against me. Because at the moment you don't have any hindsight, right? That is a pet peeve. When people show, I mean, it's Bush League. Because you can accuse my strategy, but I can do the same to you, right? I can wait in hindsight for you to have something that goes wrong and start to nitpick it. Ain't got no time for Bush League antics here. Does that make sense to people about how, give me a 1. I don't know if that explanation makes sense about how it's always easy to critique somebody's thing when you have hindsight. Give me a 1. Does that all make sense what I'm trying to get at here? Like, I agree. He's right. In hindsight, his 20-point stop would have worked in this situation. But there are also situations where I'd be taking a very small loss and he'd be at 20 points. And then I could just, look at him and be like, why are you doing that? Yeah, well said. Everyone's an expert in hindsight. That's fine. And if you're with him, if you're thinking that my stops are too tight, that's okay. But also, if you're honest, you're going to realize, yeah, Clay's stops were tight and these ones where he was wrong. But in those situations where the thing just goes, 20, 30 points, where my stop would have been, I'd be sitting there looking at Clay being like, man, I wish I'd used Clay's stop. He only lost 3 or 4 points. I'm sitting here at 25-point loss. But there are situations right now where, yeah, sure. Do I wish that I would have had a higher stop? Of course I do, because that would have kept me in the trade. But had the price kept on grinding, you better believe I'd be sitting here saying, I'm glad I had the tight stop. That's what I mean by Bush League. You can nickel and dime yourself or somebody else all the time in hindsight. I'm going to launch a solution for Ninja Trader soon. Would you be open to a potential partnership to help promote it, provided it aligns with your interest? I can't share the details at the moment, but I'd like to know if a partnership might be possible. What are we thinking here? I won't include his email. Do I do it or what? Now, granted, I get like 4,000 of these every day. I'm exaggerating, not 4,000. I'm going to launch a solution for Ninja Trader. It would have been better if he told me what the solution, or at least what the problem was. Again, I understand him not telling me the solution, because in theory, I could go steal that solution. But at least if we would have mapped out what the problem was, that would have been maybe a little bit more. Exactly. Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, exactly. The problem. What problem are you solving, brother? Oh boy, that's the trend line right there. I didn't even notice that. But by moving this down to here and here, nailed that. All right, I'm watching that trend line. Got any thoughts on XR? Zach Wilson, surely you were here. Surely you were here when I just had that conversation like 3 minutes ago. Not 3 minutes ago. With Dream Angels about that being a dangerous question. Were you here for that, Zach? I don't have the brain power. I can't. Yes, I have thoughts. Don't put any money in the market. You have more learning to do. That's my thought. How do I know that? How do I know you're a beginner? I don't have the brain power to go through it. Well, unless that was like no. I don't have I can't. Maybe somebody else can do it. I don't have the brain power. I literally just talked about it. Can't do it, brother. Sorry. My thought is get your money out of the market. You need to learn more. Because you're too much of a newbie. How do I know that? That's where I just can't go through it all. Question. Nobody's gotten any ads, right? Can people confirm they've gotten 0 ads? Because what I think I'm going to do is for the live stream itself, no ads. But then as soon as this is over and it goes in the archive, then I'm going to turn on ads. All right, good. Because I was wondering if I was doing it right, to have them off and then have them on, then have them off again. So that's good. Confirm no ads, no ads, no ads. Good, good, good. Hit the like button if you enjoy the no ads. So we're at 244. Who enjoys not having ads? Hit the like button if you enjoy not having ads. At least there's one person. That's good. Well, that's good. One person does. Well, maybe I'll turn ads. Oh, there we go. 249. Can't hit it anymore, though. But you could hit a $500 super chat, couldn't you? I'm kidding. The sad part is, I can see somebody being like, did you see this guy? He's begging for $500 super chats. It's like, oh. Some people, the sense of humor thing, the sarcastic or the sarcasm radar, it never quite showed up. Hinges, okay, I'm putting on ads. Hinges says, oh, please give me ads. Don't worry about what he said after the ... Might have to bring back the ads. Well, if anybody bought that trend line, good for you. I was not, I was thinking more of a potential short, but was not convinced enough to get short there. I'm glad I didn't. But yeah, if you're like, Clay, I'm not going to buy that, or I'm not going to short that trend line. I'm going to buy that trend line. Well, you're getting a great bounce. Good job. What do your weekends look like, assuming you're in the country? Well, we're not in the country yet. We are in town currently. Well, my wives. I have one wife. My wife is finishing up our house plans. But yeah, as of, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, our pole barn got started. So we're starting with the pole barn. And then we'll work on the house. But yeah, I don't know. Trump is making my life pretty difficult, though. I will say that. Use code Clay to battle Trump. Because, yeah, Well, no, it's the other country that pays a tariff. No, no, that Mr. Trump, that's not how economics work. And I can tell you, somebody in the process of building, why do my building costs keep going up? So yes, code Clay to overcome the Trump tariffs so I can build. I'm done trading for the day. Nice job, Brian. Good job. I like it, man. Your slow and steady approach. I missed that class for sarcasm in high school. I taught the class, Robert. I taught it. Oh, yeah, I saw that, Frank. That is crazy. That is... And I mean, I think I'll get made fun of this because of this. I guess that's the thing. I don't know when it became the thing. But I like Coldplay. Like, in fact, he's the only live concert I've ever gone to, way back when. My wife, at birthday, like they came through Kansas City when we used to live in Kansas City. But like Chris Martin, right? That's the guy's name. Who's Coldplay? What is his lead? Chris Martin? What is Chris play? Who is Coldplay lead singer? What is his actual name? It's Chris something, right? Exactly. Yeah, Kyle, you taught the dad joke class. Oh, it is Chris Martin. Okay. Man, he had a pretty quick wit. Oh man, they're either having an affair or they're just very shy. But yeah, that's if you have not seen it, it was crazy. Yeah, first it was. I mean, it hit even some of the bigger the networks. Yeah, he cooked them bad. But I mean, I don't have the quickest wit, but I mean the way they behaved as soon as the camera showed on them. I mean, could they have made it any more abundantly obvious? Part of me felt like it was a setup. I bet more will come out. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that was pretty wild. So again, on the 5 minute, I mean, that purple line is just doing work. That purple line is cooking. It is having a barbecue of the longs. Like this is a barbecue trend line. Rejected the bulls. Rejected the bulls. Rejected the bulls. So as of right now, if you are buying the breakout of that purple line, you cray-cray. You cray-cray. Because all the past history has told us about this purple line is it barbecues those that buy the breakout. Now, sure, at some point in the future, there will be a breakout that is actually a breakout. But as of right now, all this trend line has done has just barbecued them. Slathered it up some, put it on some Jack Stack. If anybody's in Kansas City, you get the Jack Stack reference. Some Jack Stack barbecue sauce. He could have shut his mouth, but he decided to drop the bomb and expose them even more. I mean, he could have shut his mouth. I agree. But their actions just, it was pretty clear. What indicator is the purple line? The 50-period simple moving average. Gave back all my gains this month from this stupid day. Oh, sorry to hear that. I've been there. Keep your head up. The month we're just a little over halfway, so you can still make a comeback. Blackout. Appreciate the transparency though. That takes a lot of courage to share that publicly in a chat where you never know where a troll is residing. But yeah, keep your head up. And the month is you still got time. But just definitely don't spin out of control. And I do realize that's easier said than done, but nonetheless, it is a truth. Took that last short based on the purple, followed, stopped down. Oh, good job, Jocko. Did it? Just did it again, huh? I think I'm kind of sore. I'm not saying I'm done for sure. But again, purple line, it's cooking. It's cooking. Now, to be fair, if you waited for the breakout and then bought, nobody was in. But it definitely cooked up any longs that were trying to anticipate the break right now. Got to think they're feeling a little nervous. How long do you usually live daily? That depends on the likes. So if the likes keep creeping up, I go to 4 hours and beyond. But if the likes start to sputter out, then I just take that as a sign that, all right, people have kind of lost interest. and then I call it a day. But usually at least 2 hours. I'll go for at least 2 hours. But I will say, and I'm biased, but I think we are gathering the best live stream chat on YouTube. For the most part, good quality people willing to help each other out and encouragement to one another. With anything, you get trolls, but we don't have that many trolls. So I think, so in other words, we're people are always hitting the like button. So yeah, I can't remember the last time where I had to stop at 2 hours because people just weren't flat out interested. But I will go at least a couple hours. But yeah, I think, again, I'm totally biased in saying that, but I think we're building something special here. My personal goal that I've challenged myself with is I'm curious if I could get this up to 1,000 concurrent viewers at once. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or not, because is the chat going to then become filled with more trolls at that level? I don't know. But right now, I mean, we're at 260 people. We have people participating. We have, people encouraging people, which is great. People are asking questions, and even if I miss it, some of the other of you are stepping up to answer those people. So it's good stuff. First time seeing your stream, I was recommended, so you're doing something right for the YouTube. Oh, well, good. Thank you, Versailles. That's actually very helpful, very encouraging feedback. I'm watching your live while I had a friend, while on a friend's birthday. Alina. You're either doing something very wise or very stupid right now, Alina. So I wish you all the best. I guess if you get caught, let me know. I'll try to talk some sense into the aggravated party. You won't be able to build your pole barn if you get too busy with live stream. Well, it's being built right now. As I speak, it is being built. I am not doing it myself. Carpentry, mechanically inclined. That is my one regret, kind of. And I don't blame my parents because, sports taught me a whole lot of other things. But I played every sport growing up under the sun at quite competitive levels. But, when it came to, mechanical stuff, I am so not mechanically good at things. And now I look back and say, that was great that I could shoot a basketball and run a football and, try to hit a baseball, catch a fly. But now it's like, okay, what good does that do me here? So to any of you that are mechanically inclined, that can build stuff, I'm very jealous of you. I really am. I am jealous. Well, it's knocking on the door. We are actually through, but remember, it hasn't necessarily been a problem of getting through the purple line. There's been many fake breakouts. So are we about to get another fake breakout? Are the breakout traders about to get barbecued again? Maybe. That's why I'm not buying. Once more, there's no guarantees. So maybe, just maybe, this is finally the true breakout and this thing's going to get going. But past history suggests that there is a very credible threat that this is just yet another fake breakout, and then the trend line's gonna have a barbecue for the longs. I need to learn to make money trading, and I need all the help and learning before I put real money in. And I've been playing in demo plus and not doing any good. Well, Kim, I'd encourage you, just as everybody else is clearly invited to, but I will be offering this free class next week. So there are some of you here have attended based on some of the comments you've made, so I can tell you've attended. And yeah, there are some. No, is it going to be a holy grail? I'm not claiming that you're going to watch it and then show up, shopping for a Lamborghini. But I'd like to think that there's some good nuggets of wisdom in there. So I'd say that given what you've said. Now, again, everybody's invited. It's not only for new people, but I would definitely say new people would certainly benefit from it. Uh-oh. Looking like another barbecue. We'll call it an official barbecue if the price drops down below that 21 EMA, which is the green line there. Because I can see people buying the breakout and then putting a stop right below that level. Because that seems like a valid kind of breakout or get out situation. So as of now, yeah, just because it's come back down, I'm not going to say that the longs are stopped out or anything yet. But just for quote-unquote story's sake, if the price does come back down below that level right there, we'll say that once again they got barbecued. But right now, it's maintaining above it, so we'll see. Yeah, well, let's just keep watching this on the 5-minute right now. Let's see what it wants to do. Interesting level right here, though. Maybe this is the point at 217.50 that finally kind of spurs on some more upside pressure. We'll see what happens. But it's putting up a fight. It's trying to stay up above here. Still more work that needs to be done, though. Again, I guess the value. Well, Clay, why don't you short it? I could. But I'm having flashbacks to yesterday and the comedic thing that was. Remember yesterday when I finally went short and then that's when it finally broke out? So if I go short here based on yesterday's track record, this is probably the true breakout. My ego is in the way right now because I don't want to have it and then be like, okay, finally, the time I get short is where I'm wrong. So it's totally ego holding me back right now. Oh no, Nathan, no. I appreciate your transparency, but Nathan has stepped out of the shadows to confirm he is one of those people that got cooked 3 times by that stupid 50. Man, I know. This has been, like I said, the barbecue moving average today. I mean, it's just roasting, cooking, sauteing, whatever your cooking strategy is. That's what it's been doing in the longs. But hey, maybe, just maybe, do we finally have a legitimate breakout? Gonna call it. I'm out. I'm about to tilt. Yep, get out of here then. Time for timeout. Still plus 700 times 5. Okay, yeah, get out of here. Have a good weekend. Hit the like button on the way out. But yeah, don't go on tilt. Do not ruin your weekend. Do not do it. I didn't get cooked, but I did give back a couple hundo. Well, good. Not good you gave back money, but good. I'm glad you didn't get cooked. Okie dokie, time for me to head out. Have a good one, Miss Tiny Sniper, who has broken 2 keyboards. That is what I'm going to know you by now. You are the person that broke 2 keyboards. All right, is it fine? I think maybe we finally have the break. I like to hit the like the way in. Have a great weekend. If you're green, stay green. Yeah, have a good one, Nathan. Have a great weekend. See you on Monday. See you on Monday, brother. Got to mow the lawn. Hang in there. Be good. Hey, enjoy that lawn mowing, which can sometimes be a very relaxing situation. To some, they're like, wait, what? I know. I'm kind of in the camp. Okay, I got to say this quietly because I don't want my wife to hear it. And we have paper-thin walls at our current house. But something that's relaxing for me, folding towels. Anybody else on team folding towels relaxing? Give me a 2. If folding towels is relaxing. Of any size, beach towels, bath towels, washcloths, if it's a square or a rectangle. Anybody else? Again, I'm saying it very quiet because I don't want to necessarily get tasked all the time. Oh, no, dishes is the opposite. I can't stand dishes. Holy smokes. Pairing socks. No. I think the thing is with the towels, it's because you don't have to think to like fold, because like a t-shirt, you have to fold in the sleeves, blah, blah, blah. The towels, it's just a square. So, oh no, I can't stand socks. You're crazy. All right, maybe a short. Up around here, we have the overnight low. We have the VWAP. So we have this little potential congestion point of resistances up around there. So I'm watching that to see if the price wants to get up there. Whoa. What is this? What time? Oh, boy. That may not be anything, but I'm going to go ahead and get short here just in case it's something. So 1. So if I'm right and it keeps falling, I'm not going to make a whole lot. But if I'm wrong and it keeps coming up, I'm not going to lose a whole lot. But yeah, that's a candle that the fake breakout there. That thing is pretty wild. There we go. There we go. Keep coming down some more. I wish I had more than one I could have scaled out. All right, there you go. So small scalp there. Well, not a small. It happened to be a small because I only did one. Wow. That's almost, was there, like, wait, no, what time did that happen? Is there a 2:30? Was there a news or something out at 2:30? I don't know. Let's see. Let me check the chat room and check the calendar. 2:30. Ah, there what? Yes, there what? There's a bunch of stuff. No, wait. There was crude oil speculative, gold speculative, NASDAQ one. I don't know what those things are. No, that's 3:30. I'm sorry, that's right. Okay, no. Never mind. That would have been no, there was nothing. Oh, Trump is signing the crypto bill. That is true. Maybe that's what it was. Good call. Yeah, somebody said that way back when, that 2:30 was when he's signing the... What is the bill anyways? I just don't care enough to really follow that. Washing dishes is... No. You guys are weirdos that want to wash dishes as therapeutic. Folding towels. Maybe vacuuming, kind of. Maybe sweeping. Sweeping, vacuuming. But dishes, no, you disgusting individuals. What are you talking about? All right, I feel better about where I took my gain. I pretty much nailed the bottom on where to hop out of that one. Oh, there's 3 different bills? Gotcha. So I'll be transparent and honest here. I just had this voice go through my head. Clay, load up. Let's see if you can get this back to green in a single trade. Where it came from, I don't know, but I literally just had that voice go through me. The live stream voice, right? As I've said before, it is one of the newer voices I've had to learn to deal with since starting the live stream. But like that voice just showed up. Clay, load up. Let's see if we can get that back to green. What? Why? What are you talking about, ego? Where did that come from? The mind is a crazy place. So it's time to go with 10 NQs. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, this 220 area, it's interesting. It's interesting for a resistance, but yeah, this candle here is certainly a bit sketchy right now. So we'll have to see how it continues to play out. He's creating a treasury where it has to top 5. Then people can invest in the U.S. crypto treasury through ETF bond or something. Gotcha. I'll pretend like I partially understand what you just said, but sounds good. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't see these messages about gold. Oh goodness. All right. I mean, to get long here, you could scalp. No, I'm not saying that, but I mean, to get long and expect, there's a lot of potential hurdles, is what I'm getting at. Up here, you have the VWAP, you have the overnight low, you have the 200 period moving average. So again, it's not like I'm not saying the price can't push up through those levels. I'm just saying that if your thesis is I want to get long and then I'm going to try to catch a wave or catch a move, again, those could happen, but man, that's going to be asking quite a bit as it's got to clear through all those levels. So yeah, I'm not really thinking long right now. So I'm just going to continue to use the SOH order, sit on hands, SOH. You didn't run hurdles in track. I did not. Nope. Fun fact though, my 8th grade or my middle school that I went to, I was on the 4x4 relay team. No, I'm sorry. The 4x100. We set the school record, and a couple years ago, I asked my cousin who still lives in the city I grew up in to go to the middle school, and because I was curious if we still held the record, and we do. From 1998, 8th grade. We were some fast white boys. We were some fast white boys. I ran the third leg. Which is probably where they put the slowest guy. But then we also had the 4x4 school record, and we had the league record. So in 1998, we broke their league record that was from 1982. But then somebody at the school had broke that. I thought for sure that was the one. I'm like, nobody's ever breaking this. Because like all kidding, we were fast. Like we had some crazy, and I was the slowest one as an FYI, but we had some fast people. But yet, somebody broke the school record, which means they also broke the league record, which is kind of wild. But how did I? Oh yeah, I'm like, how am I talking about this? Because you, Frank, Kyle asked if I ran hurdles. But fun fact, my sister ran hurdles for Cincinnati, so she got her school paid for because she was good at jumping over hurdles. A good gig, if you ask me. Hey, you're pretty good at jumping over those things. Can we pay for your education? My sister's like, okay. And we just continue to putz around right around this kind of... Now, we also have to keep in mind context. It is Friday. It's a late afternoon on Friday. It is July, so it's the summer. So just keep that in mind. Keep in mind, as I like to call it, the calendar context. Layer number 1 of the calendar, it's later in the day. Layer number 2, it's a Friday. And layer number 3, it is in the summertime. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Sure, a 50-point breakout is, of course, possible. Anything is possible when Trump can tweet at any point. But just from a calendar context perspective, just, be cautious. Especially, no matter what, even if you're red, please, I don't know if this is quite the environment to try to YOLO yourself back to being green. But YOLOing yourself deeper in the red, I could see that being a possibility. Okay, I have to ask because you're driving me nuts, chat. We're at 273 likes. Can we at least get up to 275? Are there at least 2 people out there that are enjoying themselves, that are entertained, and want to hit the like button? Can we at least get up to 275? I'd love to get up to 300. That'd be great. I'm not quite sure we're going to be able to make that happen, but, I don't know. Maybe. What's that mean? Institutions aren't trading? No, it just means that people are kind of moving on. People are calling it good. People are like, I'm heading out for the weekend. I'm going to hit up my boat. Hey, have a good one, Nero. I just made it 274. Whoa, are you serious? All right, now I'm going to ask, and we're going to push. We're at 291. Hey, can we get this over 300? That would be not quite a record, but 300 within the first 4 hours would be a record. So yeah, if you want to hit that like button, try to become part of a record-breaking stream, hit that like button. All right, we're bouncing back up. Once more, for the reasons I already discussed, not quite trusting this, but maybe you see something else that will have you trust it, and so be it. Yeah, we're just trading within yesterday's range. Yep. But money can still be made. I'm showing 292 likes. Yep, so am I now. We'll see what happens. All right. Maybe just, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Short. Stop, and we'll see what happens. All right, so it's hard to see my short order because it's basically right at the overnight low, but I'm looking to get Short here, stop right there, risking 5 points. So not a whole lot, but if I can get a rejection off of there, we'll see if I can get paid nicely. I've been following you for years, and you were one of the few I trust, and I thank you for all the free knowledge you put out. Thanks, man. Well, thank you, Blackout Net News Network. Thanks for the kind words. And yeah, keep your head up. Keep your head up. I appreciate your transparency earlier about giving back all your month's gains today. It happens. I've been there more than once. I think you might be right, Frank. Did I just put in a... Frank, you are the man. Frank, MVP. Thank you. Good catch. I got involved in trading. I don't know. I got involved in the markets back in 2006 in college. But like, when did I officially start trading? Kind of blurry. So I don't know. 2006. Or I'm sorry, 2007, 2000. I don't know. Because at first, I was a brilliant penny stock investor. Let me tell you. That was my skill set, investing in penny stocks. My first day on your stream. Well, cool, David. Do you stream every day? I do, 11 a.m. Eastern. And then how long do I go? That depends on if people are interested. And how do I gauge people's interest level? Via that like button. So today has been a fantastic day with the like button. So here we are at approaching 4 hours. But yes, David, good to have you. Thanks for swinging by, checking us out. So again, short up here, trying to get 5 at the red line. And then my stop, not too far away. What was it? Dice? I think, yeah. Dice would not be happy with me. He would want my stop at 20 points. But I'm not going to go and risk 20 points. He should be back, assuming he didn't get too upset. Because I only put him in because like, for the most part, he's been great, but he started to go into too much hindsight. You know, we already talked about it, but it's only gave him a 30-minute timeout, so that might be over soon. So we'll see if he shows back up again. With your Clay, stop loss at 250 though for me. All right. Are you shorting? Yes, I will be trying to short. I will be trying to short. Up there. I'm on year 3 trading. I'm finally starting to see my setups and entries more clear over the past few months. I've been doing well with my risk management. Except for, yeah, that's a problem. That's why trading is hard. All it takes is one slip up and you can do a lot of damage. But at least you didn't completely blow things up. The difference is these are the NQ contracts that I traded today. These are MNQ. So it's the same account, but I've traded 2 different types of contracts. So that's what it's telling me that I've done. Well, you let me know. You let me know, Rayhan. So you asked, am I shorting? I said yes. So then you said, what's the bias? So I have a sneaky suspicion that you're going to be able to tell me my bias, given you know that I am looking to short. So what do you think my bias is? I have confidence in you that you're going to be able to read my mind and tell you my bias. Oh, well, we're at 299 likes. Okay, 298. So a JJ just showed up. Can we get 3 more likes? Let's push us into 300 like territory. I gotcha. I can't see around your head. Oh, yeah. On the screen. Yeah. I don't know where to put the cam. So that's fair enough, though. So that's totally a question that I cannot get upset about having to answer because it's my own fault. I do wonder, though, do people even care about seeing me? Like, if I just didn't have the camera on so we could see the entire screen, like, does that actually make a difference? I suppose I could try to test it sometime. NQ is a short. All right, GT Vine. So you're in for a short right now? Do you trade only for your lifestyle, your wage now, or do you have another job as... No, no. Do you trade only for my? I don't know. This is a stream of income. This is a side hustle. I do not have a full. Let me put it this way. I have a full-time job. As I tell people, my full-time job is I like to create multiple streams of income. Every wealthy person I've studied, Kim, has one thing in common, and that thing in common is that they have many streams of income. So I like to do many streams of income. But am I a full-time trader? I'm not. I define full-time trader as that's like literally the only person's source of income. I don't know any full-time traders. Now, before you're like, well, what about so-and-so? And then you name me somebody with a YouTube channel that sells, a Discord, which is fine. I have zero. In fact, I applaud that person. Good for them for creating multiple streams of income. But that person's not full-time. Their only stream of income is not coming from trading. So I have many streams of income. So no, this is not my full-time job. I think wanting to be a full-time trader is a bad goal. I think a way better goal, because it's what all wealthy people do, is to create many streams of income. And I have no problem saying it. Maybe this makes, but I could never be a full-time trader. Like if my only stream of income was trading and I have 6 kids to take care of, I could never do it. The pressure would be way too overwhelming for me. I wouldn't be able to do it. So that's why I think multiple streams of income. Maybe it's a coincidence that all really wealthy people have many streams of income. Perhaps that is a coincidence, or perhaps maybe that has something to do with how they can become wealthy, how they can free up time in their schedule. 307 likes. What a great group this is. Great group. Makes sense, especially 6 kids. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Let me be very clear. Trading is hard. Trading is hard. And trading is also harder depending on where you live. If you live in LA, New York City, Chicago, Miami, Honolulu, I'm trying to think of places where it's very expensive to live, then you are going to need to make way more than somebody that lives in Alabama or Louisiana, or I'm trying to think of very low cost of living areas. Because, well, $100 in Alabama goes way more further than $100 in New York City. But if there's 2 traders competing, the guy, the person that has the lower cost of living has an advantage. The actual signing is going to happen in a few minutes. I wonder if we get a quick spike. Oh, really? All right. Well, I'm going to cancel that out then. Seriously, congrats to 6 kids. You'd be richer with. Well, thanks, Zach. I appreciate it. Don Wills, yeah, Tennessee. I'm in Brisbane, Australia. Well, good day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Besides that, and besides, you're probably riding a kangaroo. Kim, are you riding a kangaroo right now? Like, yeah, you just got it saddled up. That's how I envision Australians as riding kangaroos to get away from all the snakes and spiders and sharks that want to kill you. Like, there's nothing in Australia that does not want to kill you, as far as I'm aware. But yes, so same general idea, Kim. Another big impact of trading is where do you live? Again, I'm not saying you can't make money if you live in New York. I'm just saying that you're going to need to make way more money to get the same, for the same lifestyle as somebody that's down in Alabama, right? Because obviously $100 in Alabama has more bang for your buck than $100 in New York City. But shots here is good. They're on the grass. That's crazy. Can you eat kangaroo? Like, do people hunt kangaroos to eat them? Genuine question, by the way. Because, like, here in America, like, we hunt elk, deer. No? Okay. All right. Gotcha. We hug them. Don't they punch you if you hug them? Hey, real quick, next week I am offering this free class. So, free webinar. So make sure you go sign up for that. And I need to do this more often, but if you're in the business or at all looking for a trading computer, I would check out this guide. This is the company that built the computer that I'm on. I've been loving it. I've had it now for like 3 months or so. It's really solid. And what I like about the company is, and I'm not paying, so if like you sign up for this guide, I don't get anything or anything like that. But what I will say, I'm very impressed by their customer service, and I'm impressed by this guide. Where even if you don't necessarily want to build, or if you want to build your own computer because you don't want to pay for somebody else to build it, then this guide is actually pretty powerful. So if you are in in the market at all, if you're thinking about needing a new computer, wanting to get one, at least sign up for that guide. It's like I said, I appreciated the approach, and because they reached out and was like, hey, let us put our money where your mouth is. Would you at least be willing to tell people about at least the guide? Absolutely. So again, I don't get in. I'm not being paid if you sign up for the guide or anything like that. But it's like I said, I was impressed by the guide. I think it's very helpful, and for me, it pretty much made me aware, yeah, I'm just going to have somebody else build the computer, because just let the experts do their thing. And they actually have really, oh, thank you, Travis. Easy Computers is legit. Yeah, so you have some experience with them already. Awesome. And then finally, for those of you that want to support the live stream, whether you're already in the prop firm space or you're thinking about getting into it, then you can use code CLAY at either of these. Now, again, if you're a beginner to the world of prop firms, definitely start with Take Profit Trader. They're the best in the business. That's why I also say if you're intermediate or advanced and you have not used them, definitely use them. The daily payouts in any amount, it's a great thing. If you've never used them as an intermediate or advanced trader and you've other prop firms, you're going to feel like a kid in a candy store once you get to the pro accounts and then can start to request payouts every single day. But then also, maybe you're already an intermediate or advanced trader, but you enjoy the live stream. And you're like, well, I use Apex. Is there any way to support the live stream? Do you have a code for Apex? And I do. So code CLAY, and that will help out the channel. And as I mentioned earlier, at the end of the day, as much as I do enjoy this, I mean, we're at 4 hours. So I really do enjoy it. There's also got to be a monetary aspect. It's got to be worth my time. If I'm going to be taking 4 hours away from my kids and all that sort of stuff, it can't just be strictly a hobby that I like to do that's got no other monetary repercussions. I need to be responsible, obviously, businessman, father, husband. So it needs to be worth my time, and by using code CLAY, which not to mention gives you the promotions, right? Whatever deals are being run, code CLAY gives you something. So it's not like you're not getting anything out of it, but it does also contribute to making this worth my time. So thank you for your consideration in using code CLAY at either of those sites. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. I'm going to move on now. We're at 4 hours, at 310 likes. This has been a great group. Really, truly. Great group here. I've enjoyed it. We've had some good conversations. It was okay trading today, but I had a really good time. So again, use code CLAY. Maybe I'll do a Saturday morning coffee tomorrow. I don't know if I will, but that's why you need to subscribe and turn on notifications. Because if I do show up sometime tomorrow morning to do where we just kind of shoot the breeze, talk about charts, talk about whatever, then if you're subscribed and have the notification bell on, you'll be made aware. So I don't know. Hey, Jocko. That's very nice of you, Jocko. Very, very nice of you. You also have yourself a nice weekend. Oh, wow. Watching from South Korea. Well, I hope you didn't just show up, Mary Mar. But hi, come back next week, 11 a.m. I'll be here Eastern time. But I am calling it good for now. I am heading out. Been here for 4 hours. Matt, on Monday, you're going to have your first prop firm opened up. Okay, Matt? It's time to crap, right? Time to crap. Loud and proud from Morocco. That's awesome, from Morocco. But all right, everybody, take care. And if I don't see you on Saturday for our Saturday morning coffee, then I'll see you back on Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Hit that like button on the way out. Make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications. And yes, to help make the stream worth my time and therefore to ensure that the stream continues on. And if you enjoy it, using code CLAY does exactly that. So everybody, take care. Have a good one.